Dzień dobry Państwu.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome
Na sesji dotyczącej ryzykowych zachowań dzieci
to a session on risk behavior in children and young people in internet. We have speakers from Poland and abroad. This topic is very important. Risk behaviors online constitute a complex and a severe problem, not only for children, but also for adults. We'll have three presentations today.
Zaszczyt zapowiedzieć Nielsa van Pamela.
First of all, we'll hear from Niels van Pamel from the Netherlands, and representing Child Focus, an organization related to preventing sexual abuse of children and lost children. He will speak about transactional sexting. The floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Maybe I'll give you 5 seconds to turn on your translation when you need it. All right. So hello and good morning. My name is Niels van Pamel, and I work for the Belgian Foundation Child Focus. So it's the Belgian Foundation for Missing and Sexually Exploited Children. You might also know or remember us as a partner also of InSafe, the umbrella organization of all the safer internet centers in Europe. So we only have 20-25 minutes of time, so let's just jump straight into it. Today, we're going to talk about the rise of transactional sexting and self-generated content. It sounds very complex, but in the end, it's very simple. It's about sexting in exchange for a transaction. So we will be talking mostly about how young people, mostly girls, are using platforms to sell nude pictures or videos. We will be talking about how we maybe are thinking right now, oh my God, today's youth, they have a big problem. In my days, this would never be the case. No, well, that's why I will take you back in the beginning, and we will talk about our society and the example we as adults are giving to our children. Wait, huh? Yes. Because to understand this phenomenon a little bit better, we need to go back and look at the media, for example, from a broader perspective, and the sexualization of culture. The role that the media plays in this story as a mirror of our society is enormous. As an example, the sexual objectification in advertising, it contributes to harmful gender stereotypes that normalize sexual violence against women and girls. And what do I mean with this? Well, these advertisements, they show us how we as a society look at certain topics. Advertisements, they can set a standard for what a culture, our society, decides what is normal. So when certain media, they reinforce power dynamics that degrade and harm women and make gender-based violence seem trivial, well, this reduces, in the end, the likelihood that acts of violence will be reported. Because, sexism seems to be normal or trivial. So this is also the message that we are giving to children. And this tendency of sexism and sexualization is not only limited to media and advertising, but actually it's also deeply rooted in other areas. Think about music, think about sports, corporate culture, and all too often our society sends this hypersexualized message that girls should be pretty, not powerful. Girls should be noticed, not respected. And this is incredibly harmful, and not just to a girl and her development, but also to our culture at large. So as a consequence, you will see acts of slut-shaming and encouraging other young people to sell their nudes online, the topic of today. This has become more and more normalized within youth culture, we would say, but actually it's the example that we are setting. So this is actually the first important key message I want to give to you. Young people, they didn't plant these seeds themselves. It has been done by adults who on their turn are being affected by this kind of normalization. So we need to stop blaming teenagers for problems that we actually have in our whole society, in our very own adult world. So actually, everyone has to win with breaking down certain stereotypes, this kind of stereotyped behavior. Because these stereotypes are not only harmful for girls, but also for boys. Boys, they see, for example, how their bodies are portrayed in relation to girls, and they internalize the notion that success and attractiveness, they are tied to dominance, power, and aggression. And also these stereotypes, they have a very big role to play in the amount of calls that we get. For example, at Child Focus, so we are the Belgian helpline. When things go wrong online, we will get the phone calls. And we see there's a rise in cases of problematic sexting, or what we call today the non-consensual sharing of intimate images. They are on the rise. And we see that boys, they are collecting girls, all that we have. We need to learn to boys that it's okay to talk about your problems. And we see this actually all over Europe right now. Also at the helplines. When we get phone calls, when children call us, it will mostly be girls. And it's not because girls are not because boys are not facing any problems, it's because they never learned how to reach out when things go wrong. And actually then we cannot be surprised when academics are seeing a correlation between boys not reaching out and the much higher suicide rates that we see with boys and men. There is actually a link there. So, of course, it's not linked only with sexuality, but it plays a very big role. So, to end this slide, I just want to say, like, we need to learn boys how to talk, how to open up, and how to become less toxic. So far, the introduction. So, transactional sexting, it's actually a term that we invented together with Belgian researchers. So, somebody does sexting, so the exchange of nude pictures or videos in exchange for a transaction. It can be money, it can be gift cards, can be material gifts. And there is a real business model behind it. For example, who in this room has heard about OnlyFans? Put your hand up. You can be honest? Okay, let's say about 30%. Actually, this is a platform that is the most popular behind this. So you sell your body online, and the platform, they make sure you get the money. So they take 15 or 20% of your income. Some of them will work with monthly subscriptions, other platforms work with payment per file. In any case, it has become very easy to earn money with selling your body online. One of the reasons that these platforms got so popular over the last 2 years, COVID. Everybody was suddenly at home. We were not working, everybody was bored at home. And then we saw that the numbers of OnlyFans had increased from 20 million to 170 million users. The number of active users, so the ones who are uploading material, 1.5 million content creators. So yeah, many people who have to do nothing with the sex industry now also move to this platform. Because people were seeing online, and especially young girls, they were seeing like, okay, it's super easy today to earn a lot of money. Why would I work 45 hours per week in McDonald's if I can earn 10 times the same with just sending a few weekly photos or videos? You see, think about it. If you think about how normal it has become over the last years, the sexualization that we are spreading, combined with the fact that technology allowed it to be so much more easy to sell your nudes online, you see this created a snowball effect towards online sexual exploitation of minors. And this might surprise you, but actually the mainstream platforms, I'm talking about YouTube, I'm talking about Instagram, I'm talking about Facebook, actually that's where those children will pick it up. On YouTube, you learn from adults the entire business model. How I got rich selling my nudes, how I sold my nudes, how I got 1 million euros. Just if you Google it, you will have tons of examples like this. So, and also the question, if you look at famous young people's Instagrams, you will see the question, do you have OF? Do you have OnlyFans? This is basically guys telling girls, I want to pay to see you naked. And apparently it's a normal thing to do because nobody will go against it. So the more that I dived into this understudied phenomenon, the more I saw the business model behind it. And the business model is also made by those adults. And in 4 easy steps, I will show you how they do it. So, suppose you want to get rich by selling your nude pictures. So what do? First, you have to get as many potential customers as you can. So you create an Instagram, where you, of course, show as much nudity as possible. As possible, that means within the ethical boundaries of the platform in question. So, for Instagram, that means just don't show a nipple. If there's no nipple, there is no problem. So you have your sexualized content on there, and of course, the young, horny teenagers, boys, will follow you, and you will have 1 million followers very easily. So that's where you get your followers, but that's not where you get your money. Step 2, on Instagram, or on every platform, you can have link in bio, which means there is a link that you click, and then you can have all your different platforms all together there. So what those people will do is they link their Instagram to their TikTok, and they will put it together with their OnlyFans account. So that's how everybody can see, okay, there you have to pay, but you can see more. There you can see this nipple. For a young teenage boy, this is where they will want to go, of course. And actually, the algorithms will do the work for you then. And also, why do they link with link in bio? It's because you have to go on the very thin line of the ethical boundaries, right? So sometimes Instagram will delete your profile, but you just have a second, and with link in bio, everybody can find you again. So that's the smart way how they do this. Step 3, you can have collaborations. And those pages are known as shout-out pages, with thousands, sometimes even millions of followers. And how does it work? You collab with them, so you have your photos on their, your videos on their profile, and you exchange the followers. So your followers will go to the shout-out page, and the shout-out page will give their followers to you. So these pages, these shout-out pages, with all these followers, they have a lot of power. Think about it. If you're a young person and you want to make it online, you really need those shout-out pages for your photos to be on there so you can get all these followers. They have the power. And that's also a part of the business model, what we will talk about later. Not everybody who is behind these accounts, these shout-out pages, has good intentions. And step 4, of course, and that's what's happening right now, you just see real minors copying your business model and trying to sell their nudes online. So this is where we are today. When OnlyFans, they received a lot of justified criticism because we were seeing that young people, minors, were doing the same online, because it was quite easy to just go around it and make your profile. Today, because of the criticism, it got impossible, because you will need your ID, photos of your ID, they will really check your background. So it's impossible to do it now. But do you think that now everything is solved? No. The problem is that young people will do it under the radar right now. They cannot sell their nudes on OnlyFans, but they will sell it through Snapchat, through Instagram stories. They will find ways where they can find adults who, or minors who want to buy their material. So this is where my guest of today comes in, because I had a contact beginning of this year with a Belgian journalist. And he asked me, Niels, I want to write something about sexting. And I was like, okay, yeah, I can help you with this, but if you want to write about, everybody's writing about sexting and it's always the same. But if I were you, I would go undercover and go check this world of transactional sexting and see what happens, because nobody has done this before. And he listened to me, and this is what I'll be showing you right now, Jeffrey explaining his undercover research within the world of transactional sexting.
I'm Jeffrey Dujardin, a journalist for the Belgian newspaper Het Laatste Nieuws, and Niels has invited me to talk about my investigation on Instagram and shout-out groups. So, first of all, what are shout-out groups? Shout-out groups are pages on Instagram where people can promote themselves. They can send a picture to the owner of that page, and that owner can then post the pictures and their username on the page. But in that world, there's also a world beneath it all, where children are being extorted, abused, and child pornography is being traded. So the first breakthrough in my investigation came when a shout-out page posted a story, a picture that remains visible for 24 hours. And it just said, send CP links, send child porn links. So at that point I knew there was a world beneath it all, a world where child pornography was being traded. The next step I tried as a journalist was trying to talk to the owners of the pages, trying to talk to girls who were actively involved in those pages, but no one would talk to a journalist. So I had no other choice than to go undercover, to make a profile page myself, completely fake, with a profile picture that was generated by artificial intelligence. And also a picture of my cat and a Fortnite picture, yeah. So at that point, the second step, I contacted a Belgian girl who was active on those pages, who was being posted. And I simply asked her, you have 20 pictures, but you have 6,000 followers. How do you get so many followers? Her answer was simple, shout out. So I typed in that word in an Instagram search engine. I got over 1 million results. So for me, it was clear from the start that this was a big underlayer on that social media platform. So the next step, the third step, was following the shout-out pages as my fake account, as Amelia Z. She is a 14-year-old girl from Belgium. Literally 15 minutes after I followed those pages, I got a message from one of the owners of those pages. He just sent, hey. He knew what he was doing. He replied quick, he replied clear, and he wanted to inform me about how his page works, how girls get involved. He knew that I was 14 years old, but he gave me tips on how to take the best nude pictures, how to make sure that light is on, how to open my legs to make sure that my full body is in the picture. So he knew what he was doing. At some point, I stopped responding to him, but he kept sending me texts because he wanted nude pictures. He also told me that if I want to, he can censor them himself. So his objective was clear. The next step was taken for me. The next day, I got a message from Zatira, a Swedish man who claimed to be around 18 years old. He just sent me a basic message, sell ? He was a buyer. So first we had the owner of the shoutout page, now we have the buyer. He explained to me how he bought packs filled with pictures and videos from underage girls, what kind of videos that they make, how much money did they ask, and why do they do it. That was the main point he wanted to get to, for the money. So he, as a buyer, was trying to convince me to do the same because you can make a lot of money, just like on the basic platform of OnlyFans. The business model of that copied in Instagram. The conversation continued. I got a lot of information from him on how the whole system works, how the interaction goes between buyers and the girls. And then I was kind of lost. I didn't know what the next step would be. But then 5 days after I first made the account, I got another message. He claimed to be a 20-year-old man from Brussels, and he was the prototype of a groomer. He wanted to know my interests, my hobbies, where do I live, what do I like to eat, because he said he was a cook, etc. But he wanted to use that information to gain my trust and to abuse the trust. And after 2 or 3 days, his real intentions became clear. He asked me if I wanted to be lovers with him, or if I wanted to video call him in silence, or if I wanted to send some naughty pictures, and so on and so on. The same for him. In the end, I didn't respond to him, and as the previous two, I reported them, hoping that they would get removed from the platform. It took a while for them to be removed. Some were removed after a few days, it took weeks. The next and last step in this investigation was probably the most difficult one. I needed to talk to the girls that were selling, to know why they do it and how they do it. When I contacted them as Amelia, just say basic question, hello, why are you doing this? Or I'm interested in this, can you tell me more about it? They wouldn't respond. After a week, it was clear why. They only respond to buyers, because that makes money. So I put myself forth as a buyer, and half hour later, I got my first menu. A menu with a lot of options, going from a video of their first sexual experience for $120 to a video where she calls the buyer daddy for $50. I've spoken to a lot of people who were in the world of shout-out groups. And for me, there are two factors that play along in this whole story. First, you have the normalization of sexualizing teens, or sexualizing teenagers. And secondhand, you have the business model of OnlyFans and OnlyFans itself that has become mainstream. It's a part of mainstream culture. Everyone knows it, even teenagers. But those OnlyFans creators also need to promote their content. So they go to mainstream platforms like Instagram, Facebook, etc. to promote themselves. Teenagers see that and they copy it because they see that it makes a lot of money. So teenagers promote themselves on shout-out pages. Those shout-out pages also guide their followers to the girls. Their followers also convince girls to become the new OnlyFans girl because it makes a lot of money. The girls start selling their content. The girls start get to know other girls that also do the same, and you get a continuous cycle. As I've said before, in the search engine of Instagram, you have at this moment 1.8 million results. If you calculate that those pages have around 1,000 followers each, that would mean that there are at this moment millions of people actively participating in that world. So this is not a small problem, but this is a very, very large problem. Social media companies need to take responsibility for this phenomenon. They also need to protect their users from the criminal underworld that is currently growing and will never stop growing if they don't take any action. They can determine the rules, they can determine the guidelines to ensure that their users are safe. So this was the conclusion of my investigation. I tried to do a quick summary. If there are any other questions, you can also ask Niels. He will know because I've told him everything. And you can also contact me. Niels has my contact details. So thank you.
I know everything he said. Well, that's maybe not true. I will give the applause to him when I see him in Belgium. All right, so I have 2 more minutes. I'll try to summarize like what to do from here with this whole story in 2-3 minutes. So as Jeffrey explained, this is turning out to be a very complex story, right? It's not only about the selling, it's about adults who are trying to groom young people online, trying to exploit them sexually. It's about young people thinking that it's okay to sell nudes online. It's about young people, young guys asking girls to sell their nudes. It's so multifaceted that it actually, we need to think more about this actually. So we see underage girls being pushed into selling self-generated content. Some of them because they want to do it, some others because they are being pushed into it. Sometimes it's because their peers do it, and other cases suggest that they just learned it from adults, they saw it on YouTube, and they were like, okay, that seems like a very good idea. But in any case, it doesn't matter if a girl that is 14 years old who sells her nudes, it does not matter if she wants to do it or not, because that's in her head. She might think it's okay and that she wants to do it. It stays sexual exploitation. And the images that she is selling, it's still CSAM. With CSAM, I mean child sexual abuse material. And that's something that we need to really reflect on. It's not because a girl that is a minor thinks that she is doing something voluntarily. It's never the case. It's never voluntarily, it's always abuse. So what do we see here? It's different types of sexual exploitation altogether. First of all, as I said, CSAM, child sexual abuse material. 2, NCII, which basically stands for sexting that went wrong, the non-consensual sharing of intimate images. A third one is grooming, so adults trying to gain the confidence, the trust of young people in order to exploit them sexually later. And the last one, sextortion, because sometimes it's young people who are being extorted with their own pictures. When somebody is saying, okay, I have your photos, if you don't want me to tell your mom or your friends, I will send it to them. I will not do it when you send me more. You see, this also happens. So it's basically a very complex, multifaceted phenomenon. And as I told you before, young people learn it from adults who do it on OnlyFans. They cannot do it themselves on OnlyFans. So what do? They use Instagram stories, as we saw in the video of Jeffrey, but also on Snapchat. There's a lot of things like this. Would you also like to see hot nudes for 10 euros? Send me a private message. And there's a lot of Snapchat accounts as well, with names who don't leave anything for the imagination, with sexualized content of young girls for a few euros. We also know that a lot of those profiles are fake. So sometimes guys are using photos that they stole from girls to sell them online further. That's also something that we need to discover what the percentage is there. So that is why we ask ourselves, like, who is behind this? There's 3 different types. First of all, you have the sextortion, when people are saying, okay, if you don't give me more of your nudes, I will show it to your friends or your mom. There is catfishing, when people are using somebody else's photos. And actually it's not the real person behind it. And the last one, the self-generated CSAM, which just means the girl on the photos is the girl selling her material. So the key to the solution, and to end this problem, it's not only in the hands of the platforms. I know that within this discourse we're being really hard to them, and it makes sense, right? On Instagram, we expect for social media, mainstream social media, that at least they are capable to keep our children safe. Well, if you start to follow a few profiles, like this girl that we've been seeing in the documentary, if you just follow 4 or 5 profiles like this, the Instagram algorithms, they will even help you. They will show you in the discovery feed more and more profiles like this. And actually, that is a big problem. And we need to say to the big tech industries, you need to do more. You need to do more than just your terms and conditions where you hide behind, you know. So this is something that is important. But it's not only this. Industry can and they must do much more. But apparently, yeah, a lot has happened in the last 2 years. They are moving up the fight, but apparently it's not enough when sexual exploitation is happening right under our noses on these mainstream platforms. So this is why we need to go further. We need to do more research about this, because now we only have this one investigation. We need to find out some things. And this is, if there's academics in the room, this is what we need right now. We need to find out some things, like who are those buyers? Are they minors? Are they adults? What is the percentage there? We need to know the people who sell their own material. Are they being pressured? Do they want to sell it? How are they being pushed in doing it? The photos, are they real? Are they fake? And if they are fake, how are they made? We need the same questions about the average age of the buyer and the seller. We need to find out how the payment is done. Because like most groomers are smart enough to do their payment anonymously, but you never know, and you need to find things, you need to look about the traceability. Maybe you can trace the groomers when you look on how the payment was made. And the same question we have for policymakers, like how should we respond in terms of specific tools? Should we make tools? And if we make tools, should we make a tool for the 5-year-old girl who is being taught that she is not the same as a boy? Should we make tools? Should we aim for the industry, where we tell them to step up their game? Should we maybe address the young boys who are being taught that slut-shaming is okay? You see, there is so much to do with this, but first I want to really ask academics to do more research about this, so we can come up with the right tools to tackle this and hopefully end this situation after all. This was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Czy macie Państwo jakieś pytania do Nilsa? Bo Państwo...
Do you have any questions to Niels? Because you can post your questions online, but since you are here in the room, I encourage you to raise your hands and ask your questions. Are there any? Oh, we have one. Good morning. I have a question, because we have said quite a lot that some action is required also towards the mainstream media. So I have a question. You have published this journalist's investigation. Have you heard anything back from the social media?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I'm just waiting for the translation of the question.
Response from the society after this investigation of the journalist, or any other actions undertaken?
Yes. Okay. So your question is if anything happened after this research has been done. Yes. So when we showed this, he's a journalist, right? So it became page 2 and 3 in the biggest Belgian newspaper. The next day, there were questions in the parliament for the minister, the Belgian Minister of Justice, and a lot happened since then. He arranged a meeting with Facebook, with Meta, because they are the owners of Facebook and Instagram. Next week we had a meeting together, and where we talked about this phenomenon and the things that we could do about also their algorithms and how they are actually helping it. So we talked about this connection, and that we should have this fight together. We are not against the social media, but we are having this fight together. We need to take this into our hands. So yes, a lot has changed since then, but of course it's still happening. It's not something that we can stop. We just need to monitor, see what the real problem is, and work at this. Because, as I told you, it's also a problem within our society. Young people, they think they can sell their material because the society thinks it's normal. So this is also something that we, as adults, have our role to play and can change the things. But of course, we will need politics, we need industry, we need Facebook to all together try to work around this.
Okay, it doesn't work. Tak, słychać? We have another question to you.
Okay.
Are there any statistics of suicide attempts after they see some problem, or just sextortion or any other situations like this? Pytanie jest tutaj z sali, czy są jakieś statystyki?
So the question is about some statistical data concerning suicide attempts following publication of some intimate photos online.
because, of course, at Child Focus, we are a helpline, but not every time something happens, we get a phone call. So I will not say a number, but of course what we see, and this is what I talked about in the beginning of my presentation, reaching out when something goes wrong, having a person of trust is the most important when things go wrong. If girls or boys are exploited online, or there is somebody with bad intentions talking to them on Instagram, the most important for a young person is to be able to talk with a person of trust. If it's your mom, it's great. If it's not your mom, and if it's just a teacher at school or somebody at the local Boy Scouts, it doesn't matter. Just being able to talk about it. And why did I say about that is different for boys? Boys are being taught from the cradle on that you have to be strong, you have to toughen up and be a man. Well, then those boys will not reach out when things go wrong. And that we know. If I can say one number, it's that the suicide rates of boys and men are almost double than for women and girls. And there is definitely a link and a correlation between men not opening up when things go wrong and the suicide. So communication, that is the key to really work on this. Learning boys to open up, talk about feelings and emotions. So that is my message.
Okay, thank you, Niels. Yeah,
Last question?
That's all. Yeah,
Okay.
that's all. Pozostaniemy przy temacie ryzykownych zachowań seksualnych online i zaproszę teraz na scenę Ewę Dziemidowicz, psychoterapeutkę z poradni Dziecko w sieci Fundacji Dajemy Dzieciom Siłę, która pracuje na co dzień bezpośrednio z tym problemem, również angażuje się w różne działania edukacyjne, które mają za zadanie przeciwdziałać tego typu sytuacjom niebezpiecznym i Ewa dzisiaj nam trochę o tym opowie. Zapraszam serdecznie.
Dzień dobry Państwu. W sierpniu tego roku Demi Lovato, 29-letnia artystka, piosenkarka, opublikowała w sieci piosenkę pod tytułem 29. W tej piosence opisywała swoje doświadczenie, kiedy jako nastolatka została uwiedziona przez 29-letniego mężczyznę. Sama miała wtedy 17 lat. W piosence śpiewa takie słowa: teraz wreszcie ja sama mam 29 lat. Zabawne. Tyle samo, ile ty miałeś wtedy. Wtedy myślałam, że to jest marzenie nastolatki, że to jest po prostu fantazja. Ale czy to była moja fantazja, czy twoja fantazja? 29-latek i 17-latka. TikTok i internet odpowiedział. Młode kobiety, młode dorosłe kobiety dzieliły się podobnymi doświadczeniami. Opisywały swoje relacje, kiedy były nastolatkami i były uwiedzione przez starsze osoby, przez starszych mężczyzn. Mówiły: miałam 15 lat, a on miał 26. Miałam 16, a on 29. Miałam 17, a on 30. Dziękowały Demi za to, że udzieliła im głosu, tym nastoletnim dziewczynom. Dzieliły się swoim doświadczeniem, mówiąc: wtedy nie wiedziałam, że coś jest nie tak. Wtedy nie rozumiałam tej sytuacji. Dopiero z perspektywy czasu widzę, że ta sytuacja była dla mnie krzywdząca, że to było przekroczenie granic, że to nie było dla mnie dobre. Takim powtarzającym się motywem czy refleksją wśród komentarzy czy postów było: nie wiedziałam, że to nie jest okej. Nie rozumiałam tego, co się dzieje. Moje pytanie jest takie: skąd te nastoletnie osoby miałyby rozumieć taką sytuację? Skąd miałyby wiedzieć, że to, co się wydarza, jest nie okej, że może być dla nich krzywdzące? Ostatnie lata, a szczególnie ten okres pandemii, mogliśmy zaobserwować istotny wzrost zarówno zachowań ryzykownych podejmowanych przez młode osoby w sieci, czyli takich zachowań, w których młode osoby tworzą treści o charakterze seksualnym, samodzielnie je tworzą, co nie znaczy, że tworzą je dobrowolnie, jak również wzrost przypadków uwodzenia młodych ludzi w sieci, czyli takich sytuacji, gdzie osoba dorosła wchodzi w relacje, wykorzystuje internet i wykorzystuje nowe technologie, żeby nawiązać bliską relację z młodą osobą w celu wykorzystania seksualnego tej osoby. Te nagłówki pokazują, że w tych ostatnich latach możemy zaobserwować 70% wzrost takich sytuacji. I myśląc o tych zachowaniach ryzykownych młodych osób, o tym, że tworzą tego typu materiały, że dzielą się nimi w sieci, czy też, że nawiązują kontakty z osobami, których nie znają, myśląc o tych ryzykownych zachowaniach, potrzebujemy popatrzeć na nie jako na objaw. A taki objaw jest komunikatem. Żebyśmy mogli go odczytać, żebyśmy mogli go zrozumieć, potrzebujemy zrozumieć samego nastolatka, osobę nastoletnią. Potrzebujemy zrozumieć kontekst, w którym dziecko funkcjonuje. Ten kontekst to jest świat rówieśniczy, to jest świat rodzinny, ale to jest też świat zewnętrzny. Te makro zmiany w świecie mają wpływ na zachowania młodych ludzi. Mogliśmy to zaobserwować w trakcie pandemii, jak również możemy to zaobserwować teraz w czasie wojny. Ale to są nie tylko te makro zmiany w tym świecie zewnętrznym. To są też mikrozmiany w rodzinie, to są też zmiany w tym świecie rówieśniczym, ale też zmiany w świecie wewnętrznym. Czyli to, jak to, co się dzieje na zewnątrz, oddziałuje na nastolatka, jaki on ma nastrój, jak czuje się ze sobą, jak to, co go spotyka na co dzień, wpływa na jego samopoczucie i co w związku z tym jest w stanie zrobić, jak na to reaguje. Potrzebujemy ten świat osoby nastoletniej zrozumieć, potrzebujemy wejść do środka i się rozejrzeć, zrozumieć, co dokładnie tam się wydarza i gdzie młody człowiek funkcjonuje, bo to dokładnie w tym świecie tej konkretnej, indywidualnej osoby wydarzają się te zachowania ryzykowne. Ona podejmuje je po coś. Coś chce przez to osiągnąć. Być może zdobyć uwagę, dostać czułość, poczucie ważności. Być może przez te zachowania ryzykowne chce z tego świata swojego uciec, czy z niego wyjść. To, co wpływa też na młode osoby, to są wzorce kulturowe. Już o tym dzisiaj było mówione, ale ja powiem też trochę więcej. Młodzi ludzie, ich seksualność, to w jaki sposób wchodzą w relacje, to jest skomplikowane przez kulturę. Kultura wpływa na to, jak te relacje się manifestują, w jaki sposób młodzi ludzie je realizują, ale też jak rozumieją siebie, swoją seksualność, swoje przeżycia związane z seksualnością. Czerpią wiedzę z mediów, czerpią wiedzę z internetu. To często jest wiedza, która jest oparta na takich przebrzmiałych wzorcach dotyczących tego, czym jest męskość, czym jest kobiecość, jak wygląda kobieca seksualność, jak wygląda męska seksualność. Popularne wśród młodzieży seriale, takie jak chociażby Euforia. Teoretycznie serial od 16 czy 18 roku życia, a jednak wiem z własnego doświadczenia pracy z młodymi ludźmi, oglądany przez 14, 13 czy 15-latki. Podobnie jak seriale typu Gra o Tron, czy ostatni aktualny serial pod tytułem Ród Smoka. W tych serialach jest jasny przekaz. Seksualność, relacje, w seksualności, w relacjach romantycznych zawsze jest zdominowany, jest ktoś, kto dominuje i jest osoba zdominowana. W tej bliskości są akty przemocy. To jest to, z czym do czynienia mają młodzi ludzie i to wpływa na to, jak oni rozumieją i jak myślą, że potrzebują realizować bliskość. I wracam do tego pytania. Skąd mają wiedzieć, jak zachowywać się w relacjach? Skąd mają wiedzieć, co jest ok? Skąd mają wiedzieć, że duża różnica wieku działa na ich niekorzyść? Dzisiaj wiemy o nich więcej niż kiedykolwiek wcześniej. Wiemy dlatego, że mamy możliwość się uczyć, wiemy dlatego, że prowadzimy badania, że uczymy się od samych młodych ludzi tego, co oni potrzebują, tego, jak rozumieją świat i tego, co jest dla nich wspierające. Wiemy również dlatego, że wszyscy, jak tutaj siedzimy na tej sali, sami byliśmy kiedyś nastolatkami i w związku z tym, kiedy wrócimy pamięcią do tych czasów, możemy poczuć i przypomnieć sobie, co było dla nas wspierające, co było dla nas dobre, co sprawiało, że mieliśmy ochotę rozmawiać z dorosłymi, a co wręcz przeciwnie zamykało nas, odsuwało, sprawiało, że chcieliśmy się przed dorosłymi schować. Wyposażeni jesteśmy zarówno w tą wiedzę merytoryczną. Wiemy, czym jest kryzys adolescencyjny, wiemy, że młodzi ludzie w okresie nastoletnim potrzebują separacji, potrzebują indywiduacji, potrzebują uzyskać swoją niezależność, że często realizują to poprzez negowanie tego, co już znają, poprzez negowanie wartości, które poprzez negowanie wartości, które poznali od nas, czy poznali od bliskich dorosłych. Że to jest taki czas budowania swojej tożsamości, określania swojej tożsamości, poszukiwania tego, kim jestem, odwracania się od tego, co znam, eksplorowania tego, kim mogę być. Że to jest też taki czas, kiedy mózg nastolatka jest w przebudowie. W związku z tym, w przeciwieństwie do nas dorosłych, nie ma dostępu do tych wszystkich możliwości, do których dostęp mamy my. Oznacza to, że impulsywność jest naturalna, że podejmowanie zachowań ryzykownych jest wpisane w ten okres, w okres dojrzewania, że potrzeba szybkiej nagrody przy jednoczesnym braku umiejętności oceny takich długofalowych konsekwencji swoich zachowań też jest wpisana w ten okres dorastania. Więc wiemy to wszystko, jesteśmy w stanie wrócić do tego czasu, kiedy sami byliśmy nastolatkami, przypomnieć sobie te swoje przeżycia nastoletnie, jak się wtedy czuliśmy i czego potrzebowaliśmy. I mimo to cały czas to, co mamy do zaproponowania w profilaktyce młodym osobom, często po prostu jest nieadekwatne. Istnieje bardzo duża rozbieżność pomiędzy tym, jak rzeczywiście wyglądają relacje nastolatków, jak oni je tworzą, a tym, co proponujemy w profilaktyce. Mówimy, nie poznawaj osób w internecie. Mówimy, nie odpowiadaj na wiadomości o charakterze seksualnym. Mówimy, nie spotykaj się z obcymi. Mówimy, nie wysyłaj swoich zdjęć. Tego typu przekazy w ogóle nie biorą pod uwagę dynamiki relacji rówieśniczych, bo przecież młodzi ludzie poznają obecnie przyjaciół w internecie, poznają bliskie osoby w internecie, zaprzyjaźniają się w internecie. To się dzieje cały czas. W związku z tym, jeśli powiemy im, żeby tego nie robili, to prawdopodobieństwo, że tego usłyszą i się do tego zastosują, jest naprawdę bardzo małe. To w internecie właśnie realizują bardzo dużą część swoich zadań rozwojowych. Więc kiedy znowu poznają kogoś w internecie, kiedy zaprzyjaźniają się z tą osobą, zaczynają czuć, że ta osoba jest im bliska, to powiedzenie im, nie spotykaj się z obcymi, jest nieadekwatne, dlatego że ta osoba już nie jest obca dla nastolatka. Jednocześnie wiemy też, jak szybko te relacje potrafią się zawiązywać, że nastolatki bardzo szybko mają poczucie, że ktoś, kogo poznały, jest ich przyjacielem, bliskim przyjacielem, chłopakiem czy dziewczyną. Mówienie o tworzeniu materiałów seksualnych, o wysyłaniu materiałów seksualnych osobom nieznanym czy osobom dopiero poznanym również nie bierze pod uwagę tego, że często to, co sprawia, że młody człowiek wysyła tego typu materiał, jest presja rówieśnicza, dlatego że ta prośba przychodzi od kogoś, kogo zna. Więc to są nie tylko osoby nieznajome, ale to są też bliskie osoby czy przyjaciele. I znowu, kiedy mówimy o sextingu i tłumaczymy, że konsekwencje tego zachowania mogą dogonić dziecko za kilka lat, kiedy będzie starało się o pracę albo wchodziło w nowy związek, no to nie bierzemy pod uwagę tego momentu rozwojowego i tego, że nastolatek nie jest w stanie być w kontakcie z tym, co będzie się działo za kilka lat i wziąć pod uwagę tego typu konsekwencji. Te przekazy są w związku z tym nieskuteczne. To, co jest skuteczne, to rozmowa. I to jest, ale też rozmowa konkretnym językiem. Potrzebujemy dostosować ten język tak, żeby młodzi ludzie chcieli go słuchać. Nie tylko język, którym mówimy, czyli i słowa, które wypowiadamy, ale również to, jacy jesteśmy, to, czym emanujemy i to, jak wygląda, jakie gesty, czy jak wygląda nasza twarz, kiedy rozmawiamy o tych sprawach. Zniechęcić młodego człowieka może nasz grymas, może zmarszczenie brwi, może wyraźny jakiś krytycyzm, którego nawet jeśli nie wyrazimy słowami, to będzie widoczny na naszej twarzy. To są teoretycznie subtelne rzeczy, których my czasem nie jesteśmy świadomi, ale które wpływają na to, czy następnym razem młoda osoba do nas przyjdzie i podzieli się jakimś swoim dylematem związanym z relacjami, czy z odkrywaniem swojej seksualności. Ten język nie może być ocenny, on nie może być krytyczny. To potrzebujemy okazać ciekawość, potrzebujemy stworzyć tą przestrzeń, w której młoda osoba będzie czuła się bezpiecznie, mówiąc o rzeczach, które są dla niej intymne, które są dla niej delikatne, być może o takich, których nie potrafi jeszcze nazwać, bo dopiero odkrywa, czym one dla niej są i odkrywa język, którym chce o nich mówić. Potrzebujemy edukować młodych ludzi nie tylko o bezpieczeństwie w internecie, bo żeby budować bezpieczne relacje w sieci, potrzebują wiedzieć, jak być bezpieczni w relacjach po prostu. Czyli potrzebujemy nauczyć ich rozpoznawać, czym jest troska, a czym jest manipulacja, na co w relacjach powinno być czerwone światło i absolutne nie, jak rozpoznawać przemoc, jak rozpoznawać przekraczanie granic, a co jest, na co powinno być zielone światło, co powinno zwracać uwagę i niepokoić, a przy jakiego typu zachowaniach można się zrelaksować i być spokojnym i dalej budować tą relację. Jeżeli nie dowiedzą się tego od nas, nie dowiedzą się tego od nikogo i dopiero we własnym doświadczeniu będą to testować. Nie możemy też udawać, że młodzi ludzie nie interesują się seksem, że seksualność nie istnieje. Jeżeli my udajemy, że młode osoby nie są istotami seksualnymi, to ta seksualność nastoletnia schodzi do podziemia. Ona nie przestaje istnieć, po prostu my przestajemy o tym wiedzieć, przestajemy mieć wpływ na to, jak młodzi ludzie to rozumieją i realizują. Natomiast to, do czego sięgają, to jest pornografia, to są szkodliwe wzorce dotyczące seksualności. Więc z naszej strony bardzo potrzebna jest świadomość dotycząca tego, że seks jest tematem, który jest dla młodych ludzi ciekawy, jest dla nich interesujący. Oni ten temat eksplorują, oni potrzebują o tym rozmawiać, potrzebują rozmawiać w taki sposób, w jaki chcą o tym rozmawiać, a nie w taki sposób, w jaki narzucony jest przez dorosłych. Próba kontrolowania tego tematu, próba zredukowania tego tematu, czy sprawienia, żeby on przestał istnieć, tak jak powiedziałam, prowadzi tylko do tego, że my przestajemy mieć na to jakikolwiek wpływ, że schodzi ta seksualność do podziemia i nie możemy też młodych ludzi w tym w żaden sposób wspierać czy przekazywać im żadnych pozytywnych wzorców dotyczących seksualności. Kolejny bardzo ważny motyw to granice osobiste. W internecie, ale nie tylko w internecie, młodzi ludzie potrzebują się nauczyć, jak reagować na manipulacje, jak reagować na próby przekraczania granic, na namowy, na presję. Młody człowiek spotyka się bardzo często z domaganiem się materiałów o charakterze seksualnym i bardzo często po prostu nie potrafi na to odmówić. Nie wie, co ma powiedzieć, nie wie, co ma napisać, nie wie, jak ma zareagować. Nie ma tego doświadczenia, nie ma z czego zaczerpnąć i nie ma do czego sięgnąć. W związku z tym edukacja dotycząca tego, gdzie są moje granice, jak rozpoznać, czy chcę się zachować w taki sposób, czy nie. Jak rozpoznać, że mam dylemat z tym, co się wydarza i z tym, o co ktoś mnie prosi. Jak rozpoznać to w sobie i jak w związku z tym zareagować. Z jakich technik mogę skorzystać, kogo mogę poprosić o pomoc i jak mogę się zachować, żeby pozostać bezpiecznym czy bezpieczną. Potrzebujemy zadawać trudne pytania. Młodzi ludzie chcą rozmawiać na trudne tematy, oni chcą odpowiadać na te trudne pytania. Chodzi tutaj o duże pytania dotyczące tego, jak oni się czują, czego oni chcą, czym jest dla nich seksualność, czym są relacje intymne, czym są bliskie relacje, czym jest przyjemność, jak oni to rozumieją. Oni potrzebują nie tylko odpowiadać na nie, ale być z tymi pytaniami, zostać z nimi, móc się nad nimi zastanawiać i wrócić do nas z tą odpowiedzią i wrócić ze swoimi przemyśleniami. Potrzebują mieć przestrzeń, która nie jest jednorazowa, ale która jest w pewien sposób, w jakiś sposób zawsze dostępna. Potrzebujemy prowokować te odpowiedzi i potrzebujemy wydobywać polaryzację, przyglądać się tym, jakie sprzeczne poglądy pojawiają się w naszej grupie, jakie sprzeczne poglądy pojawiają się w młodym człowieku. Czy on czuje, że coś musi, żeby być lubianym, ale jednocześnie ma na to opór i nie chce realizować jakiegoś modelu kobiecości czy męskości. Potrzebujemy rozdzielać te polaryzacje, zobaczyć, co jest po jednej i co jest po drugiej stronie, jak można odpowiedzieć na ten przymus, który jest również wewnątrz młodego człowieka, bo ta presja, której doświadcza ze strony rówieśników, bardzo często jest uwewnętrzniana i młode dziewczyny na przykład czują, że one muszą zachowywać się w jakiś sposób, a młodzi chłopcy czują, że oni muszą domagać się zdjęć, bo na tym polega właśnie męskość, czy na tym polega kobiecość. To są rzeczy, z którymi potrzebujemy pracować i to, co jest skuteczne i to, co badania pokazują, że jest skuteczne, to programy profilaktyczne, które są wieloetapowe, które adresują kwestie związane z relacjami, z bliskością, które adresują kwestie związane z granicami osobistymi, ale które też angażują całą społeczność. Angażują rodziców i to, w jaki sposób rodzice mogą rozmawiać na te tematy z dziećmi, które angażują rówieśników. W związku z tym ten temat jest aktualny w konkretnej grupie. Możemy rozmawiać o wartościach, możemy też być uważni na to, jak zachowują się nasi rówieśnicy i w różnych momentach zareagować, czy rozpocząć jakąś dyskusję i zapytać: okej, widzę, że coś robisz, jakby wysyłasz swoje zdjęcia, albo słyszałam, że spotykasz się z kimś, kto jest od ciebie o wiele starszy. Jakby porozmawiajmy o tym, czy to uważasz, że na pewno to jest okej, to nie jest okej. Porozmawiajmy o tym z kimś dorosłym. Muszą mieć poczucie, że ta społeczność, w której są, jest gotowa na rozmowę na ten temat, że nikt nie ucieka, nie chowa się przed tymi tematami, ale podejmuje je swobodnie, modeluje, w jaki sposób o tym rozmawiać i modeluje, w jaki sposób można te tematy podejmować. Tworzy taką przestrzeń, w której wiadomo, że można przyjść i o tym porozmawiać, że nikt po drugiej stronie nie będzie zawstydzony, nie będzie ucinał tego tematu, nie będzie udawał, że jest za wcześnie. Kolejna ważna rzecz, że potrzebujemy zaczynać tą profilaktykę, zanim młodzi ludzie wejdą w okres dojrzewania. Czyli już z młodszymi dziećmi rozmawiać o tym i na miarę oczywiście ich wieku zajmować się tymi treściami. Więc ta społeczność, która jest zaangażowana w ten temat, rodzice, którzy nie boją się tego tematu, nauczyciele, którzy nie boją się tego tematu, eksperci, którzy towarzyszą, którzy tłumaczą, którzy rozmawiają. I na koniec doświadczenie ludzkie jest nieprzekazywalne. Nie możemy przekazać tego, co wiemy, tak jak nie udało nam się wziąć od naszych rodziców czy dorosłych, z którymi mieliśmy kontakt jako nastolatkowie czy nastolatki, nie udało się wziąć tej wiedzy i po prostu z niej skorzystać. Młodzi ludzie potrzebują przejść swoją drogę, żeby poznać siebie, poznać to, jak chcą funkcjonować w relacjach. Możemy im w tym towarzyszyć, tworząc tą przestrzeń, w której czują się swobodnie i w której dowiadywać się o relacje, o bliskość, o seks mogą właśnie od nas, a nie z internetu. Dziękuję bardzo.
Mamy pytanie online. Co można zaproponować rodzicom, aby skutecznie nauczyli się tego, o czym pani tu tak pięknie opowiada? Gdzie można skierować rodziców na dobre zajęcia edukacyjne?
Jest bardzo dużo i blogów, i książek dotyczących tego, jak rozmawiać o seksie i seksualności z młodymi ludźmi. Są książki, które są dedykowane młodym osobom, nastolatkom, chociażby Sex Ed. Jest serial Sex Education, który warto oglądać z młodymi osobami i po prostu rozmawiać o tym, co się tam pojawia. Warto zacząć od tego, żeby przyjrzeć się sobie i temu, co być może w tym temacie mnie zawstydza, ale też zastanowieniu się nad tym, jakiego życia seksualnego i relacyjnego ja chcę dla mojego dziecka i co w związku z tym potrzebuję swojemu dziecku przekazać, żeby to tak wyglądało. Czego potrzebuję go nauczyć, o czym potrzebuję z moim dzieckiem porozmawiać. Więc są seriale typu właśnie Sex Education. Jeżeli trafiamy z dzieckiem, wiemy, że dziecko ogląda inne seriale, takie jak Euforia, Gra o Tron, Ród Smoka, czy jeszcze inne, z którymi młodzi ludzie mają cały czas kontakt. Dobrze jest komentować to, co się tam dzieje, pokazywać, okej, tu jest przemoc, tu nie ma świadomej zgody, czy ty wiesz, co to jest świadoma zgoda. Tutaj jakby znowu jest ta seksualność jest ujęta w ten taki paradygmat, dominacja, zdominowany. To tak nie wygląda. Dyskutować o tym, jak oni rozumieją to, co oglądają. Korzystać z książek. Jest książka na przykład Nowe wychowanie seksualne Agnieszki Stein, czy też wiele innych takich poradników, z których rodzice mogą korzystać. Nie uciekajmy od tej wiedzy. Z dużym prawdopodobieństwem nikt nas nie uczył tego, w jaki sposób o tym rozmawiać. To jest dla wielu osób nowa sytuacja i to jest okej, że jako rodzice czy jako profesjonaliści szukamy wskazówek, jak zrobić to najlepiej, czy jak porozmawiać z dzieckiem.
Jeszcze kolejne pytanie z sieci. Czy znasz jakieś programy profilaktyczne, które można wykorzystać w szkole podstawowej? Czy możesz coś polecić?
To dobre pytanie. Przyznam, że nic nie przychodzi mi do głowy. Marta, a tobie?
Mi też nie. Natomiast Państwo zasugerowali, że jest jakiś program Przystań w sieci, który jakoś wymaga wznowienia, wymaga modyfikacji. My będziemy się pewnie temu problemowi przyglądać i też będziemy się starali zająć tą tematyką, także być może nie jesteśmy w stanie teraz odpowiedzieć na to pytanie, ale
Być może
że
ktoś jest na
wkrótce.
sali, kto ma taką podpowiedź. Wszystkim nam by się przydała. Widać.
Może
Proszę
już
poczekać,
tak, już mikrofon.
Patrzeć na przykład na stronę fundacji, które zajmują się takimi rzeczami, na przykład Fundacja Spank, z której bardzo często korzystam i ma bardzo dobre konspekty na temat właśnie budowania relacji międzyludzkiej,
Super.
takiej seksualnej również i na bardzo dobrym poziomie. Zresztą wszystkie te fundacje, które w Polsce zajmują się tą tematyką, bardzo ładnie mają opracowane programy i nie są wulgarne. Mają bardzo odpowiednie treści. Ja sobie teraz nie mogę... Fundacja z Warszawy, dwie takie... Różowa skrzyneczka.
Super.
Też ma bardzo dobre programy. Ja jeszcze nie mogę sobie przypomnieć kilku innych nazw, ale wszystkie te fundacje mają bardzo dobrze opracowane programy i zachęcam. Sama wykorzystywałam na zajęciach. Rodzice dzieci, które oglądały te konspekty, bo najpierw musiałam zapoznać rodziców, byli zdziwieni, że tam nie ma przedstawiania LGBT i tak dalej, tylko wszystkie konspekty są na prawidłowej relacji, budowanie prawidłowej relacji oparte.
Dziękujemy. Czy są jeszcze jakieś pytania z sali, tutaj na miejscu?
Nie ma.
Jeśli nie ma, to bardzo Ci dziękuję, Ewo.
Ja również dziękuję.
Zapraszam tu na scenę Martynę Różycką, która jest kierowniczką zespołu Dyżurnet reagującego na nielegalne treści w internecie i zapewne bardzo często ma kontakt z konsekwencjami różnych właśnie niebezpiecznych zachowań młodych ludzi, z ryzykami, które oni podejmują i trochę nam dzisiaj o tym opowie, trochę pewnie zada pytań, także bardzo serdecznie zapraszam.
Dziękuję bardzo, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. To jest taki przywilej występowania po tak wspaniałych mówcach, ale też takie wyzwanie, żeby powiedzieć jeszcze coś, czego jeszcze Państwo nie wiedzą, jeszcze coś, co by tutaj pomagało i uzupełniało ten obraz. I ja dzisiaj opowiem o badaniu, a właściwie o badaniu można by mówić bardzo długo. Takie badanie, które przeprowadziliśmy przygotowując się do kampanii o właśnie self-generated content, o treściach intymnych, które wytwarzają same dzieci. Natomiast do tego, jeżeli Państwo z nami są przez dłuższy czas, to wiedzą, że myśmy się bardzo długo przygotowywali, szukając dobrego takiego komunikatu dla młodych, patrząc, co my właściwie im możemy powiedzieć, tak żeby po prostu to do nich trafiło. W badaniu pytaliśmy o różne rzeczy i różne rzeczy udało nam się uchwycić. Natomiast dzisiaj chciałabym jakby oddać młodym głos w takim jednym z tylko wycinku wyników tego badania, bo chciałabym powiedzieć w tym miejscu, gdzie oni mówią po prostu o wysyłaniu swoich intymnych zdjęć w relacji. Kiedy to jest dobrze, kiedy to jest niedobre, kiedy to się wiąże z jakimiś negatywnymi konsekwencjami, kiedy to jest dla nich trudne i czego tak właściwie oni oczekują. Sporo było mowy o tym, w jaki sposób powstają właśnie treści przedstawiające seksualne wykorzystywanie osób małoletnich, czy te nudesy, które właściwie zapychają cały internet. No i trzeba tutaj powiedzieć i bardzo podkreślić, że również w Polsce część tych materiałów jest po prostu nielegalna i dlatego ona trafia do naszego zespołu, do zespołu dyżurnet.pl. My widząc, analizując treści przedstawiające seksualne wykorzystywanie osób małoletnich, widzimy bardzo duży wzrost tych treści, które zostały wytworzone przez same dzieci. Czyli tych treści, gdzie widać, że to jest selfie, widać, że to jest selfie z pomocą lustra, czy za pomocą telefonu po prostu z ręki. Część nie widać, no bo one są tak ustawione, jest aparat, czy takie są ustawiona kamera w laptopie, że nie jesteśmy pewni, czy na pewno nikt nie jest obok uchwyconego dziecka. Natomiast bardzo ważne zdanie, które Ewa też powtórzyła, samodzielnie nie znaczy dobrowolnie. To, że dziecko jest autorem tego typu treści, trzeba zadać sobie pytanie i stanąć jeszcze chwilę z tyłu i zastanowić się, co się takiego wydarzyło, że młody człowiek zrobił sobie takie zdjęcie. I oczywiście, jeżeli mówimy o nastolatkach, to nastolatki wchodzą już w te ryzykowne zachowania i jest to absolutnie normalne. One odkrywają tą swoją seksualność. Natomiast jeżeli mówimy o bardzo małych dzieciach, to tutaj już o tym nie może być po prostu mowy. Natomiast dzisiaj skupię się właściwie na nastolatkach, bo one będą nam więcej pokazywały i właściwie ten proceder tutaj jest taki bardzo, bardzo powszechny, co widać było na poprzednich naszych wystąpieniach. Przeprowadziliśmy badanie, natomiast nie było to badanie ilościowe, tylko chcieliśmy zobaczyć rzeczywiście, co one na ten temat mówią. Czyli przeprowadziliśmy takie wywiady pogłębione, nie mieliśmy dużo tych respondentów, natomiast skupiliśmy się też na młodych ludziach. Oczywiście trudno jest badać, jeżeli chodzi o pornografię, jeżeli chodzi o takie intymne treści, osoby poniżej 18 roku życia, ale to nie tylko takie wyzwanie prawne nam tutaj przyświecało, czy nas blokowało, ale stwierdziliśmy, że fajnie byłoby zobaczyć, jak młodzi ludzie po jakimś czasie w takiej retrospekcji, mając już pewne doświadczenie, mając różne doświadczenia, są w stanie wrócić do tego, co się wydarzyło wcześniej i opowiedzieć albo o sobie, albo o rówieśnikach. Stąd taka właśnie próba nasza badawcza, osoby pomiędzy 18 a 24 rokiem życia. No i oczywiście badanie zostało przeprowadzone przez SW Research w ramach projektu Safer Internet na zlecenie NASK-u. Specjalnie dobraliśmy próbę badawczą i szukaliśmy takich osób, które mają bardzo różne doświadczenia. I tutaj widzą Państwo takie osoby, które albo same wysyłały tego rodzaju zdjęcia, same świadomie po prostu chciały tego, jakby same siebie definiowały, że wiedzą o konsekwencjach, że znają te konsekwencje, ale też takie, które działały pod wpływem presji. Szukaliśmy takich osób, których zdjęcie na przykład wyciekło, materiały były obecne w internecie, rówieśnicy, jakby społeczność szkolna, najczęściej szkolna, no bo dzieci funkcjonują jednak w tym świecie szkolnym. Krążyło przez jakiś czas i dopiero po jakimś czasie autor tego zdjęcia się dowiedział. I tutaj mają Państwo różne grupy, natomiast bardzo specyficzna grupa jest ta ostatnia. Szukaliśmy osób, które nie wysłały, ale były namawiane przez kogoś, żeby zobaczyć, co takie osoby właśnie zatrzymuje, co takie osoby, które są do tego zachęcane, są pod presją, ale mówią sobie stop, ja tego zdjęcia nie wyślę, ja tego zdjęcia nie wyprodukuję, ja nie chcę się pokazywać właśnie w takim świetle. No i zobaczmy, jakie motywacje takie chciane, czy takie różne okoliczności chciane i niechciane nam się tutaj pojawiły. Zdjęcia intymne chciane i akceptowalne materiały intymne. Jest to taki podział, gdzie w tej pierwszej grupie zdarza się, że młodzi ludzie otrzymywali zdjęcia, których w ogóle nie oczekiwali. I sprawdzaliśmy, co to dla nich znaczy, jak oni je definiują. Co to znaczy, że te materiały są niechciane, bo to nie jest tak, że dzieci, że młodzież, jak ja mówię dzieci, to muszę tutaj zrobić takie zaznaczenie. Jak ja mówię dzieci, to właściwie myślę o każdym człowieku poniżej, nie wiem, 20 roku życia, bo taki egzemplarz jeden mam w domu, ale to może tak tutaj burzyć pewne zasady, więc proszę tutaj na mnie uważać. Te zdjęcia niechciane to są takie, gdzie dziecko, młodzież się nie spodziewało, że w ogóle je otrzyma i co to powodowało. Pytaliśmy ich o jakie uczucia towarzyszyły temu, że nagle otwierają jakąś wiadomość, otwierają serwis społecznościowy, swój profil i widzą to, co widzą oraz kiedy te zdjęcia są akceptowalne, kiedy one są oczekiwane, kiedy to wszystko jest w porządku i na tyle czują się bezpiecznie, że czują się całkowicie fajnie w tej sytuacji. Zazwyczaj niechcianymi materiałami są te otrzymywane od osób obcych i to było właściwie nagminne. Tutaj oni bardzo podkreślali wiek kiedy mówili o tym, że byli naprawdę bardzo młodzi, nie rozumieli tego kontekstu sytuacji, nie rozumieli, co się właściwie wydarzyło, że nagle otrzymują zdjęcie najczęściej męskich genitaliów. To bardzo zaskakuje małe dziecko. Małe dziecko mam na myśli, tak jak, nie wiem, zderzymy to w ogóle z pornografią, z kontaktem z pornografią, to jest to dziecko w okolicach 10-12 roku życia. Jest to element zaskoczenia, czyli to nie jest tak, że dziecko wchodzi na przykład na stronę internetową, ma jakieś ostrzeżenie, zaraz zobaczysz materiał, który może być trudny i wtedy jest jakkolwiek przygotowane. Nie, tutaj jest właśnie wybicie z tej aktywności, którą ma dziecko, nagle otrzymuje zupełnie takie zdjęcie. Myślę, że nawet dla nas, osób dorosłych, byłoby to trudne doświadczenie. Epizodyczny czas konwersacji, czyli już nie mówimy tutaj o takim, wiecie, długotrwałym groomingu, o tym, że dziecko jest przygotowane tygodniami, miesiącami do tego, co się wydarzy. Mówimy o takich konwersacjach, które tak właściwie w trzeciej wiadomości, w drugiej wiadomości pomiędzy użytkownikami na różnego rodzaju serwisach, bo nie mówimy tylko i wyłącznie o tych OnlyFans, które są jakby dedykowane, ale mówimy też o takich serwisach, które są w ogóle czatami pomiędzy użytkownikami. Ta konwersacja jest taka bardzo epizodyczna. Nikt się nie zna i jakby od razu drugi użytkownik przechodzi do samego sedna. No i młody wiek oraz brak umiejętności interpretacji sytuacji, o której mówiłam i do której będę się jeszcze odnosiła, mówiąc o tym, czego młodzi ludzie oczekują. Brak wsparcia ze strony bliskich tutaj bardzo często się pojawiał, kiedy dziecko, które doświadcza tego rodzaju traumatycznego doświadczenia, nie ma poczucia, że może pójść do osoby bliskiej i poprosić o wsparcie i o tym się podzielić, powiedzieć, co tutaj się właśnie wydarzyło, po to, żeby ktoś nadał kontekst tej sytuacji, żeby umiał zaradzić, żeby umiał, nie wiem, włączyć filtry kontroli rodzicielskiej, żeby mógł w ogóle opowiedzieć, co się tutaj wydarzyło, albo chociażby utwierdzić je w przekonaniu, i to jest chyba takie najważniejsze, że to, co je spotkało, nie powinno mieć miejsca, że nie zrobiło niczego złego, że ta wina nie jest po stronie dziecka, nawet jeżeli wlazło na taki serwis społecznościowy, na który nie powinno wejść. Nawet jeżeli korzystało z czatu, to nadal nie jest to wina dziecka. I bardzo ważne, Ewa o tym dużo mówiła, o presji rówieśniczej, o presji zarówno w związku, kiedy chłopak, ale też i w drugą stronę też to działa, kiedy dziewczyna tak bardzo namawia chłopaka do wyprodukowania i przesłania tego rodzaju materiałów, że druga strona po prostu czuje presję. Tu nasi respondenci, bardzo fajnie było widać ich właśnie takie zastanowienie, że tak wtedy, kiedy pojawia się presja, to jest to oznaka, że z tym związkiem nie jest coś dobrego, że to nie jest dobry związek, że to nie jest związek, który mnie buduje i tutaj ta retrospektywa była bardzo fajna, bo mówili, aha, wtedy, kiedy pojawiała się presja, myśmy nie zbudowali dobrego związku. Czyli oni bardzo fajnie sami sobie łączyli, po czym poznać, że to nie jest dobry związek, to nie jest związek, w którym powinienem trwać, bo to nie jest związek, który rokuje gdzieś tam i mnie buduje i mi przynosi dużo więcej dobrego niż złego. Ale też mówimy o tej presji rówieśniczej, czyli o tym, że nawet jeżeli dwie osoby w związku nie chciały właściwie produkować tego rodzaju materiałów, to patrząc na to, co się dzieje w mediach, patrząc na to, jak inni działają, patrząc na to, jak inne relacje budują się wśród ich znajomych, czuły, że tak właściwie powinny zrobić. I to jest niesamowite, że ta presja popychała je w kierunku produkowania i przesyłania tego rodzaju materiałów. I chyba jest to bardzo ważny taki element w profilaktyce, żebyśmy mogli młodym ludziom powiedzieć: rób to, co ty wewnętrznie chciałbyś robić, to, co ty chciałbyś wewnętrznie otrzymać, to, co ty chciałbyś się jakby prezentować drugiej osobie. I jakby ta recepta na związek to jest twoja i tej drugiej osoby, a nie jakaś uniwersalna, wykreowana przez media. Szczególnie wtedy, kiedy mówimy o tych serialach, które wspominała Ewa, kiedy nie ma tych innych wzorców. To jest jakby jedyny obowiązujący wzorzec. No ale też są akceptowalne materiały, zobaczmy kiedy. To są na pewno wtedy, kiedy są otrzymywane w ramach związku, ale od razu młodzi ludzie mówili i dodawali, że konieczna jest wcześniejsza umowa, taka obopólna zgoda, ta chęć. Nas bardzo zdziwiła ta wcześniejsza umowa, bo tak właściwie wiele osób o tym mówiło i wyglądałoby na to, że oni zanim sobie coś wyślą, to najpierw to obgadają. Co by było bardzo fajne. Mam nadzieję, że tak jest. Bardzo chcę w to wierzyć. Jest to pewnie rzecz też taka do sprawdzenia, ale bardzo fajnie, jeżeli oni potrafią o tym po prostu mówić. Potrafią mówić o swoich potrzebach i je sygnalizować. Czyli ja bym chciała otrzymać albo wysłać ci takie zdjęcia, co ty na to. Jeżeli byśmy szli w tym kierunku, jeżeli byśmy budowali tak właśnie związki, a my nawet dorośli również, to myślę, że to jest taka dobra recepta na udany związek. Musi się pojawić zaufanie, czyli musi się pojawić to, że jak ja wyślę, to ty się tym zdjęciem zaopiekujesz. Ono będzie tylko i wyłącznie dla ciebie. Ono gdzieś nie pójdzie sobie dalej i nie zacznie żyć własnym życiem. Mówili też o wysyłaniu zdjęć, materiałów pomiędzy osobami nieznajomymi i wtedy też się to pojawiało, to, że oni czasami wchodzą na tego rodzaju serwisy tylko po to, żeby zobaczyć jak jest, żeby dostać taki, wiecie, szybki zastrzyk akceptacji od drugiej strony. Natomiast tutaj ciągle była bardzo podkreślana taka obopólna zgoda, żeby wszyscy wiedzieli jaki jest kontekst sytuacji i żeby się godzili na tą sytuację i to jest w porządku. Tutaj zanim zaczniecie jeszcze czytać, zobaczcie, opinie pozytywne są tyle, a opinie negatywne są tyle. Czyli jakby widać od razu na poziomie slajdu, gdzie oni, wrócić mogę tędy, i to jest też ciekawe, badanie, właściwie takie pytanie dla samego badacza. Czy to jest tak, że młodzi ludzie, wiedząc, że ich pytają osoby dorosłe, więcej tam powrzucali negatywnych? Czy co się tutaj wydarzyło? Bo wiecie, jeżeli ktoś wypisuje mi więcej negatywnych niż pozytywnych, a jednak sam to robi, to coś tutaj jest tak, nie do końca mi się klei. No ale zobaczmy, jakby jest sporo tych pozytywnych, natomiast ja bym chciała zwrócić uwagę na dwa. Na wysyłanie materiałów jako budowanie właśnie tej intymnej relacji i bliskości. I oni bardzo często mówili o tym, że i zresztą to też widać w statystykach, trochę COVID to zaburzył, ale widać to w statystykach i polskich, światowych, nam podwyższa się wiek inicjacji seksualnej, czyli takiego bezpośredniego związku, bezpośredniego kontaktu seksualnego. Natomiast oni mówią, ten pierwszy raz przeżywamy przez internet. To jest nasz pierwszy raz. I oczywiście tutaj nam się, dorosłym, włącza, jakie są konsekwencje, bo jeżeli młody człowiek podejmuje współżycie seksualne, to od razu myślimy sobie ciąży, choroby i takie bardzo konkretne, długotrwałe konsekwencje właściwie na całe życie, a przy tego rodzaju inicjacji seksualnej, która ma miejsce tylko i wyłącznie w internecie, natomiast te konsekwencje są właśnie związane z pracą, z wizerunkiem, czasami z depresją, w zależności od tego, jak się rozwinie w ogóle cała sytuacja, to nie można mówić, że to jest tak takie bezkonsekwencyjne, tak? Czyli trudno postawić znak równości pomiędzy jednym a drugim, natomiast trzeba wiedzieć, że i jedno i drugie wiąże się z takimi poważnymi konsekwencjami. No i mówili, że jeżeli szczególnie to, bo myśmy to robili rok temu, szczególnie w sytuacji takiej covidowej, kiedy oni są daleko od siebie, jest to budowanie poczucia bliskości, zmniejszenia tęsknoty za partnerem, a myślę, że resztę Państwo opinii pozytywnych przeczytali. Tutaj specjalnie takim małym druczkiem, bo mam nadzieję, że Państwo albo zrobią zdjęcie, co widzę, co super i zapraszam, albo sięgną po prostu do naszej publikacji i tam to wszystko jest opisane. Natomiast, żeby pokazać po prostu skalę, jak tego jest sporo. No i oczywiście, że młodzi ludzie wiedzą o tych trudnych konsekwencjach, bo już się i nas nasłuchali, i Was się nasłuchali, i w ogóle innych różnych takich przekazów profilaktycznych. Natomiast sami mówią o niebezpieczeństwie przekroczeniu własnych standardów, czyli oni mają swoje własne poczucie, co chcą zrobić, jak chcą kreować ten swój również intymny wizerunek i mówią, ktoś działa na mnie presją i ja niestety jestem popychany do takich zachowań, których sam nie akceptuję. I myślę, że to jest bardzo taka rzecz, na której właśnie możemy budować. Na tym, że ty, młody człowieku, masz swoje poczucie wartości, masz swoje własne wartości i ty wiesz, czego chcesz. Tylko nie daj sobie zakłócić przez zewnętrzny świat tego, co sam myślisz o sobie. Oraz bym podkreśliła rozsyłanie tego typu materiałów do obcych osób, bo to od razu wiedzą, że jest to działanie znacznie bardziej ryzykowne niż rozsyłanie tych materiałów w intymnym związku. Czego młodzi oczekują w takiej sytuacji zagrożenia? W tej sytuacji, kiedy rzeczywiście coś się wydarzy, kiedy oni sami widzą konsekwencje, kiedy sami widzą, że ta sytuacja ich przerosła. I oczywiście najczęściej idą do kogo? No do rówieśników. To jest ta grupa społeczna, która wie najwcześniej, ta grupa, która uczestniczy czasami, wiecie, oni automatycznie uczestniczą, jeżeli sytuacja rozleje się po całej klasie, po całej szkole, po tych bliskich, gdzie dziecko po prostu przebywa. I to od nich otrzymują tą pierwszą reakcję, więc bardzo ważne jest, jak zareagują rówieśnicy. O tym też nieraz na naszych konferencjach mówiliśmy, czy przy cyberprzemocy, czy przy innych zagrożeniach. To, co powie rówieśnik w pierwszym takim momencie jest bardzo ważne. Ale oni mówią, że tak właściwie najchętniej by poszli do osób dorosłych, najchętniej by poszli i nie do szkoły, absolutnie nie do szkoły. Tym razem nam wyszło, że jakby szkoła jest bardzo, bardzo daleko. Być może przez to, że właśnie tu mówimy o materiałach intymnych, być może przy cyberprzemocy byłoby inaczej, ale przy takich materiałach intymnych, kiedy tutaj budują swój ten intymny wizerunek, to jednak oczekują tego wsparcia od swoich rodziców. I tutaj co ciekawe, kilka razy nam się pojawiła taka sytuacja, kiedy młody człowiek, który doświadczył takiej traumatycznej sytuacji, nie poszedł od razu do rodziców, poszedł po jakimś czasie, albo rodzic sam się dowiedział z innych jakby źródeł i mieli taką refleksję, ale rzeczywiście ten świat się nie zawalił na głowę. Ci rodzice stanęli na wysokości zadania. Ja myślałam, że tak się nie da, że oni będą tak to, nie wiem, zaduszą mnie swoją moralizatorską gadką. Natomiast dostali bardzo dużo wsparcia i byli przeździwieni, tacy pozytywnie zaskoczeni. Natomiast jest to smutne, że to się dzieje dopiero, jak wiecie, przypadkowo gdzieś ten rodzic się dowie, a nie jest to ta wytyczona ścieżka. I potrzebują wsparcia, a nie oceniania. Jakby sami z jednej strony wiedzą, co się wydarzyło, z drugiej strony trochę wiedzą, jak to interpretować, chociaż też pewnie nie do końca, szczególnie no, te związki, te relacje, te przypadki, to też jest każdy inny. Poszukują empatii, kogoś, kto ich właśnie zrozumie i potrzebują budowania poczucia bezpieczeństwa. I jeżeli mamy takiego młodego człowieka, któremu wyciekły tego rodzaju materiały, to jego poczucie bezpieczeństwa się bardzo zachwiało. Tak? Widzą go wszyscy w internecie, być może ktoś się śmieje, być może go wytykają palcami w szkole i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Jeżeli my jako dorośli dokładamy jeszcze do tego, a ci mówiłem, a to co ty tam i tak dalej, to zobaczcie, co tutaj się dzieje. Czyli nie stoimy murem za własnym dzieckiem, nie stoimy murem za tą młodą osobą, tylko jeszcze tam dokładamy tych rzeczy, których ona nie powinni w tym momencie absolutnie usłyszeć. No i potrzebują pomocy w ograniczaniu skutków. Tutaj ta technologia trochę jest za nami, trochę nie jest, to trudno powiedzieć. Te zdjęcia, one po prostu będą krążyły. Natomiast fajnie by było, żeby ktoś z nich zdjął tę konieczność na przykład usuwania zdjęć z serwisów społecznościowych jak najszybciej, żeby te zdjęcia nie wędrowały dalej. Ale sami młodzi też mówili o potrzebie edukacji, potrzebie rozmowy, sami mówili, że przydałaby się potężna, duża kampania, która by mówiła o skutkach, która mówiłaby o kontekstach, która by mówiła o tym, co tak właściwie się dzieje, która by otwierała to, czego dzisiaj młodzi ludzie potrzebują, jakiego rodzaju seksualności oni potrzebują, jak potrzebują ją po prostu wyrażać i kiedy to jest dla nich niebezpieczne. Czyli żeby nazwać po prostu rzecz po imieniu, kiedy to jeszcze być może jest ok, a kiedy to jest ta sytuacja, kiedy jest bardzo zagrażająca, po czym poznać, że ten związek nie jest dobrym związkiem. To jest to coś, na jaki komunikat czekają młodzi ludzie. I myślę, że tutaj z jednej strony możemy my sięgać do własnych doświadczeń i opowiadać, jak to jest u nas i uczyć ich na własnych przykładach, ale to trochę też są takie uniwersalne prawdy, które myślę, że każdy z nas chętnie by usłyszał na każdym etapie swojego życia. No i sami mówią, że chętnie by się włączali i w kampanię, i w uświadamianie, ale ta edukacja seksualna również jest bardzo im potrzebna. Nasza publikacja skończyła się, jest zawieszona na stronie, więc zapraszam, taka jest jej okładka www.dyżurnet.pl. Sama kampania ma hashtag nie na pokaz, jest obecna na TikToku, więc jeżeli chcecie zobaczyć i mieć taki przyczynek do rozmowy z młodymi ludźmi, żeby zobaczyć, jak te historie się zaczynają i jak się kończą, to jest tam kilka TikToków, ponieważ TikTok był naszym partnerem, więc zapraszam do oglądania, szerowania, pokazywania młodym ludziom i dyskutowania z nimi. Natomiast jeszcze mam tak sobie myślę, bo dzisiaj mamy 16. konferencję. Ja jestem weteranem tej konferencji z racji tego, że już bardzo długo pracuję w zespole dyżurnet.pl i tak sobie szczególnie wczoraj, tak sobie myślałam, jak bardzo zmienia się w ogóle ten komunikat, który my tutaj mówimy. Bo na samym początku, mówiąc najpierw w ogóle o cyberprzemocy, mówiliśmy tak, to jest rola szkoły, żeby ograniczać skutki, żeby mówić o szacunku i tak dalej, i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Ale potem w pewnym momencie, nie tylko my, ale jakby cały świat w ogóle, mówił o tym, że tak właściwie to rodzice są głównymi aktorami w tym, co się wydarza u młodego człowieka. A dzisiaj tak słuchając nas wszystkich, myślę sobie, że rodzic potrzebuje wsparcia szkoły, że to szkoła jest w stanie go po pierwsze zmusić, po drugie pokazać, po trzecie wesprzeć w tym, co on powinien załatwić jako pracę domową w domu, bo sam rodzic nie ma możliwości ani dowiedzenia się tego typu rzeczy, ani nie widzi, jak jest gdzie indziej, więc właściwie tylko szkoła jest takim miejscem, które może być hubem i dla dzieci, i dla rodziców, więc myślę sobie, że jeżeli byście mieli ode mnie z czymś wyjść z dzisiejszego naszego spotkania, to z prośbą o wsparcie nie tylko młodych ludzi, ale właśnie rodziców. Także dziękuję bardzo.
Czy macie Państwo jakieś pytania do Martyny? Zachęcam do zadawania. Jeśli nie ma pytań, to zapraszam na 30 minut przerwy i kolejne sesje. Dziękuję Państwu za udział.
Witam Państwa serdecznie. Tutaj zgromadzone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the participants joining us in the room and those who are connecting online. My name is Ewa Domańska. I represent NASK, and it's my great pleasure to invite you to the next session about cyber violence and hate speech online. I would like to share a reflection that if we lived in a perfect world, there would be no hatred, but unfortunately, it is the case quite often in the real world and in the virtual world alike. And this is why we are all facing a challenge: how to deal with hatred, how to educate about it, and how to learn as much as possible about the mechanisms of hatred, and also what tools should we create to counter hate speech, to counter violence, cyber violence, and limit the damage related to it. And our first guest will be Dr. Jakub Andrzejczak, who is a professor and the head of the Cathedral of Sociology of Upbringing in the Socioeconomic Higher School in Wielkopolska, and he's been researching the impact of digital technologies on the society. He also pointed out that an average adult has quite a limited access to the cyberspace, so we only access a certain part of the cyberspace, and younger people tend to penetrate the cyberspace much deeper, and that's what makes them more exposed to risky behaviors. And this will be discussed in the speech about digital ghettos and the spaces of the digital world. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to speak today. I will start my story about digital ghettos with discussing anonymity. Anonymity and the related notion of privacy is as old as the digital world itself. However, over the years of development of the digital space, there have been different approaches to anonymity. I could even call them extreme approaches. Initially, anonymity was perceived as something really desired in the digital world, even a fundamental part of its existence. Therefore, anonymous users could publish content without the fear of social repercussions. They could share their opinions, their way of thinking. Sometimes they could even discover the hidden aspects of their personality and identity. But over time, when the digital world started to develop, and as a consequence, where more and more aspects of our life began transferring to the digital world, we found out that anonymity became the driver and the tool of the most dangerous phenomena and spaces in the world. Internet trolls, identity theft, political bots, cyber violence, cyber attacks, hatred, harassment, all those dangerous phenomena have one thing in common: anonymity. However, anonymity, which is usually associated with creating fake accounts in the social media, is not everything. We are going a step forward now, creating some spaces which allow the emergence of some communities which are anonymous, and I call them digital ghettos. I am going to explain what I mean by that in my presentation. When we look at the social perception of the whole space of the digital world, usually the public sees it as just divided into two realms. On the one hand, we have this transparent digital world, which is open, full of opportunities, which is welcoming for every user. But on the other hand, there is this dark and sinister part, which is hard to access for a potential user. But on the other hand, we are aware that this is where the worst things happen. Drug trafficking, gun trafficking, human trafficking, publishing brutal pornography, pedophilic materials, and a number of other criminal behaviors. This is the social perception. And what is the reality? Since the digital industry is trying to perfectly adapt to our needs, it is also trying to create those closed spaces in this apparently open and transparent world of the internet. As Victor Strasburger wrote, the digital world and the digital industry wants to make young people perceive them as a super peer, as an environment where they can fulfill their needs seemingly faster, easier, and more effectively. My analysis and my research concerning the closed spaces in the online world, which have very limited access to, began in 2018. At that time, I was preparing some materials about risk behaviors of children and adolescents. And I'm here speaking to you not only as a person who researches this reality, but also as a person who is present there on day-to-day basis. And paradoxically, I have 200 fake accounts in different social media. I am monitoring constantly over 500 different community groups, to which most of the adults will never get. And I will present some examples to you today. On the one hand, they will seem really brutal, but on the other hand, this is something that usually young children are exposed to. So I will focus on presenting those digital ghettos to you. I will base it on an example of Facebook and those closed social media groups on Facebook, namely. So, dear colleagues, what are those groups? Those private groups, closed groups, those groups which you will not be able to find using the search engine on Facebook. These are groups which you can join only and exclusively by being accepted by the administrator, and the administrators will accept you only if you know a password, a key phrase, and you will be screened thoroughly before you are allowed to join a group like that. I'm a member of those groups, I follow them, and also I'm taking different actions, different interventions in there. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really hard for me to present to you a comprehensive review of the groups that I was able to reach, but I will show you some selected examples to illustrate the spectrum of those groups. The first group, which I'm really emotionally related to because it's got some personal connection, this is a group that I have reached back in 2019. This group has a nice sounding names. What it's gonna be in a cradle, a section for hating people who eat baby food. This is a hard to translate name, which means little babies in Polish. It's got 14,000 members aged 8 to 15, and the purpose of the group is to spread hate speech towards babies aged 0 to 4. You might wonder how long did it take for the young people to gather such a numerous group? Well, this group was created just 2 months prior, before I found it. So over a course of 2 months, the administrators and moderators of those groups have gathered 14,000 young people who really hated babies and toddlers, who actually used to be toddlers and babies not so long ago. So you might wonder, what was the content published in such a group? What can you actually find in there? Well, I will spare you the most brutal examples of the content, but anyway, what I'm going to show to you is going to be shocking and brutal enough. The most common activity in such groups was to publish information about some tragic accidents where small children were involved and to allow extensive comments about those posts. So actually, this is through the comments that the babies could satisfy some of their needs, the children could satisfy some of their needs. So look at some of the comments below. Here's another example. It's information about some tragic accident involving a small child, and the comment is "one down." Almost half of the content published in that group was related, unfortunately, to children who were disabled in some way. Their images were published in the group and they were commented quite vividly by the members of the group. I'm going to show the slide to you, but I won't read the comments that were published in there, so I will let you read those. Dear colleagues, I've told you at the beginning that that's a really personal example to me, and I said that because on the 13th of July 2019, I have published on my Facebook profile some information about this group and similar groups. Within 1 hour since the publication, my Facebook profile, my web page, my family have been subject to a spam attack from over 40,000 young people from different groups. And the attack was based on mass reporting my posts, the posts that I published to warn the parents against some dangers in the digital world. They have reported them as violating the rules of Facebook. They have published pornography in their comments. They have published pedophile materials in their comments, and then they have reported that to Facebook. Since today the ethics in the digital world is ruled by ruthless technology and not people, a large number of those posts have been deleted, and my whole profile was about to be deleted. I was struggling with that problem for exactly 12 months on my profile. Those people, those children, they were writing text messages to me at night. They threatened that they know my home address, that they knew the schools that my children were learning at. And that's not all. They even sent information to my university that I'm actually hating children on the internet. And it went along for 2 weeks. As you might guess, a lot of those actions that they have taken was actually some criminal activity. But I'm an educator myself, so I thought what I could do. And what I actually did was contacting all the moderators and administrators of those groups to contact their families. I spent hours talking to the parents, and then I also talked to the children using a hands-free mode.
This story involves talking about shame or with shame. This story involves misunderstanding the subject, parents worrying. But also, this story is about parents not being aware of where their children go online. And therefore, it was surprising to see the way in which they described their children's actions. And actually, I received over 200 negative comments, in the comments about my profile within 20 minutes from publishing the content. And the rating of my profile went from 5 to 1.2. So the goal was to actually drop the rating. Did anyone react? What do you think?
Oczywiście standardowa odpowiedź, że
Of course.
sprawdzona grupa nie narusza standardów społeczności.
I received quite a standard template generated response that the group does not violate any standards. But I talked with Facebook, and finally one of the employees of Facebook sent me an email. Jakub, I don't have access to groups. I have the same access as you. So if a group is private, I cannot see anything before I am accepted. And this is a digital ghetto. This is about a zone, a space of young people where no one can enter, including those who facilitated the creation of such groups. But it's not the only activity that is behind the closed doors. There are also other groups, namely groups which meet at a given time of the day in order to perform a spamming attack on a given profile. They vote first about whom they're going to attack, and following that, they conduct a massive spamming attack in a group of several hundred thousand people. These are social groups who attack different sort of portals, web pages, and profiles related to parenting. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said in relation to digital pornography. But this is something that I would like to mention since it's an element of creating a certain digital ghetto. We have these closed environments where material and content is being shared. This is my latest discovery. my latest intervention last week,
dotarłem w jednej z tych zamkniętych przestrzeni
I found in one of those closed spaces
materiałów, które publikowała dziewczynka.
material published by a girl.
Publikowała
You know where she published that?
w rolkach na Facebooku, czyli krótkich materiałach wideo.
She actually published it in stories on Facebook. So actually, you have those short videos on Facebook that are visible for 24 hours. And actually, it was what I'm trying to say is that during the last year, I managed to intervene 30 times.
Docieram do
I reach this person, parents,
Wiecie Państwo, ile ta dziewczynka
school headmasters. Do you know how old this girl is?
ma 8 lat.
She's 8.
Jest uczennicą drugiej klasy szkoły.
She is a second grader.
W ten sposób prezentuje się w zamkniętych
And that
przestrzeniach
is
świata cyfrowego.
what she presents in closed digital spaces.
Albo przykład kolejnej grupy. której
This
również
is yet another group.
odnajdziecie. A jeżeli odnajdziecie, to będziecie
You won't find
problem
it.
z tym, żeby do niej dotrzeć.
And even if you do, you won't access
O
it.
wdzięcznej nazwie Ekipa Szczur.
The name of the group is Ekipa Sztur, which in literal translation is a rat team, something like that. So actually, the group is not about rat lovers.
Na której młodzi
It's a
ludzie
group
dzielą
where
się
young people
informacjami
share
na
information
temat długości wciąganych kresek amfetaminy,
on how much amphetamine they actually take
innych narkotyków.
or other drugs.
Na Facebooku
They share that on Facebook
społecznościowej.
in a closed social group,
Ale gdyby
in a
komuś
private
przyszło
social
z
group.
państwa interweniować w tej
But
sprawie,
should you try to intervene?
że cyfrowe mechanizmy
Should you try to
doprowadziły do zamknięcia tej grupy,
push the digital mechanisms of ethics?
potem śmiało przenoszą się wszyscy
Everyone changes or switches to another group, a backup one.
I stąd pojawia się pytanie o odpowiedzialność przemysłu cyfrowego.
So the question is about the responsibility of the digital industry. We are discussing cyber violence, cyberbullying here, but actually there are industries producing tools and methods
które doprowadzają do tego, że jeszcze skuteczniej możemy
which
tej rzeczywistości.
facilitate the anonymity online.
Wreszcie niezwykle istotnym jest dla nas
In addition,
odpowiedzialność społeczna.
there is also social responsibility.
Postami, pod informacjami, pod treściami.
There are different posts and content,
Przed chwilą dziewczynka.
and some were published by the girl that I mentioned.
Wpisów dorosłych ludzi.
Adults commented on that content.
Pisali patologia.
Well, mothers, fathers
Rodzice.
wrote pathology. Where are your parents?
Państwa nie podjął żadnej
And no
interwencji
one
w tej sprawie.
took any action to intervene.
Ale jednocześnie
But at the same time,
dostrzegam pewne światełko nadziei.
I can see
Ponieważ między tymi komentarzami
a light shimmering at the end of
młodych ludzi.
a very dark tunnel, because there were many young people writing posts, and I remember one of them, a 15-year-old girl, writing,
Dziecko, jak dorośniesz,
Child,
rozumiesz, że to
you'll understand
tego typu
that publishing this type of content
jest dla nas bardzo
was
ważne.
bad when you grow up.
Widzimy w tym wszystkim potencjał młodych
So
ludzi.
this is actually quite encouraging, because we can see that there is a potential lying in young people. But in order for this potential to be operationalized, we
Co złego się wydarzy, kiedy zaczynamy
need to address these young people not in a way that something bad will happen when they actually use online content, but we need to address them with words describing what good can happen if they use internet content responsibly. So knowledge, expertise, and skills are something that we should give them. As a teacher,
dziewczyny i mówię,
I still intervene. I wrote to that girl,
świetnie, że nie jesteś obojętna.
and actually I said, well, it's great that you reacted. It's great that you take care and actually that you care about something. And I advised her, next time do this and that. All these actions are aimed at minimizing the effects of anonymity and online threats.
Szanowni Państwo, wydaje mi się, że
Ladies and gentlemen,
jesteśmy w stanie dzisiaj w świecie cyfrowym
I think that we are not aware
rozwiązać problemu anonimowości.
of everything that is happening and that we are not able to solve each and every problem of the digital world.
W świecie realnym ludzie potrafią być
Even in the offline world, people can be ruthless.
Natomiast problem anonimowości,
But the problem of anonymity,
cyfrowych gett,
of the presence of digital ghettos,
tak długo, do kiedy nie przezwyciężymy
will be there
naszego ideologicznego przywiązania do bezgranicznej wolności
because
cyfrowego.
we are actually
Wolność, przed którą
very much attached to the freedom of the digital world.
którą dzisiaj
And actually,
wszystkich tych
a borderless freedom is yet another way of captivating someone. And this is all related to risk behavior of children and the young people.
Przejdzie pan doktor tej kawałek? Bardzo dziękuję, panie doktorze.
Thank you so much.
Było bardzo poruszające.
I think that was a very moving speech.
Myślę, że pojawią się pewnie pytania.
And I also think that there
Online. Czy mamy pytania?
will be questions. Are there any questions here?
Dzień dobry. Czy pana żona nie powiedziała panu o
Good afternoon. What was your wife's reaction? Didn't she tell you to stop?
No oczywiście moja jest dużo mniejsza.
What do we do?
Chciała, żebym odpuścił.
And I do much less.
Odpuściłem.
Actually, is something that our spouses can disencourage us from.
często
Well, my wife says
opowiadam o niej podczas różnych
that
spotkań.
I
Myślałem, że teraz nie będę, ale
talk too much about her during the meetings, different meetings. And I avoided that, but well, since you mentioned that, I will
to, co
comment
z
on
rodzicami, z pedagogami, z nauczycielami,
our relations.
zajmują mi mnóstwo czasu.
Well, talking to teachers, parents, etc.
o którym
takes a lot of time. When it comes to this attack on my
były naprawdę
account,
2 tygodnie wyjęte z życiorysu.
well, these were 2 weeks where I focused only on that, and my wife didn't tell me to stop, but I could see that on her face.
Dzień dobry, to jeszcze ja mam pytanie takie
I have another question, a technical one.
Zgłasza pan tam Facebookowi tą grupę.
You report a certain group and Facebook answers that no standards were violated. So what's the next step? Do you reply once and over again? Because I'm a non-stopper, so to speak, so I really would like to know what to do.
Podstawowa taka zmiana sposobu myślenia.
We need to change our way of thinking, and this should also lead us
cyfrowym musi dalej się w nim toczyć.
To finding out that what was created digitally can actually have results or can generate next steps in the real world. So what I'm trying to say is that if we cannot do anything in the online world, faced with no reactions, we should go outside this online box, because somewhere there is a family, there is an actual person, there is a teacher.
Powiem szczerze, że mimo tego, że młodzi ludzie dzisiaj
And
blokują
young people block
na swoich profilach,
block different types of content on their profiles. They block their friends, block their images.
Nie byłbym w stanie
But at the same time,
w sposób fizyczny
almost in every case, I was able to reach a person related to a child I wanted to intervene about. So actually, repeating one single step is not the answer. Conducting a real intervention in the real world is.
Bardzo podobne były pytania online również. Natomiast
similar questions were actually asked online, and there is yet another one. How did you deal with the hate? How did it influence
To znaczy, ja myślę, że każda osoba, która
I think that every person
kiedykolwiek doświadczyła
experiencing
tego
hate
typu działań, wie doskonale,
knows
że
perfectly
można
that
mieć świadomość na ten temat,
you can be aware of certain
można o tym
things,
sporo wiedzieć,
you can know
można
things,
uczyć innych nawet
you can
tego.
teach,
Natomiast chyba żadna nauka nie jest tak
But
skuteczna jak doświadczenie tego
experience
osobiście.
is the only thing
Nie
that
spałem w nocy
matters. I didn't sleep at
kilka
night
dni, ale
for
jednocześnie
several days.
taka moja silna potrzeba jednak
But at the
tego,
same
żeby
time, I had this strong need to think about
jako o
people
ofiarach, bo my o nich nie myślimy.
and even haters, to think about haters as about victims.
Trochę taką
And
wizję
I think that
tego, żeby
changed
było
my
być lepiej.
thinking framework.
Dlatego, że zwróćcie Państwo uwagę,
And it made
że w
things
przypadku
better.
cyberprzemocy,
When it comes to cyber hate and cyberbullying and cyber violence,
sytuację, w której sprawcą jest osoba dorosła, to nie ma żadnego problemu.
sometimes there are adults attacking,
Mamy sprawcę i mamy
and there is no
ofiarę.
power imbalance. There is a victim and there is an attacker. But
Dwie ofiary. Jedna, która
if there are
jest
children, there are two
rzeczywistą
victims
ofiarą
involved.
tych działań,
An
ale
actual
druga,
one
która jest ofiarą funkcjonowania w tej
and the other one
rzeczywistości,
being a victim of a certain system, of a certain reality, family
musimy
situations.
myśleć dokładnie w ten sposób.
And this is how we should think about those people. Thinking about young attackers as victims
Dotknie tego typu
changes our reasoning.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you so much.
Myślę, że nam wszystkim da do myślenia.
I think you gave us really lots of food for thought.
Przejdziemy teraz do
So now it's time to move to another presentation by Dr. Piotr Rycielski, who is employed by the designing faculty of SWPS in Warsaw. He's an academic teacher and the author of several publications in psychology and education. And today he's going to speak about bullying in peer groups. During the presentation, Dr. Rycielski will talk about several forms of cyber violence and the techniques of intervention that we can utilize in order to prevent or manage the existing cyber violence. So, Doctor, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me all right and it all works. So, thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you for joining my lecture today. And now I'm going to talk about cyber bullying, cyber violence. Let me show you a catalog which is probably not complete because the forms of cyber violence keep emerging and they seem unlimited. But these are the main categories as I see it. So, flaming, where flame wars, when we have people calling each other names, disrespecting each other, harassment, when there is usually one victim subject to harassment by a group of other people using nasty comments. We have impersonation, identity theft. There is another form of violence called outing, when you know a fact about a person that they don't want to publish, and those facts are published on social groups, on websites, somewhere where everybody can read it. We have cyber stalking, we have happy slapping. That's a form of violence where the group actually cheers when somebody is being subject to something wrong, and they oftentimes like to film it and display it online. We've got denigration by fabricating some content or publishing degrading content, and we have digital exclusion. This is the case, for example, when somebody starts a group forum and excludes one person from that group so that they don't know what's going on among the peers, so that they cannot contact the classmates. And we've got the so-called technical aggression, where you can drop a virus or some malicious malware to someone. Those are all forms of cyber violence. And I'm talking about cyber violence and its forms here because a lot of those techniques require that the perpetrators know the victim. So, as opposed to the previous speaker, I wanted to talk about those forms of online violence where the perpetrators actually know the victim in the real world. They interact, they are classmates, group mates, and those are the contexts where violence emerges. So, in order for those violence forms to happen, the victims and perpetrators usually need to know one another in the real world. So I take cyberbullying very literally. So this is bullying by the peers, which takes place in the virtual world, and bullying is by definition intentional, so the perpetrators want to hurt somebody. It's repeatable. There is a characteristic imbalance between the perpetrators and the victim. So when a group bullies one person, the person is clearly outnumbered then. What's also important, there is some passive or active involvement of the witnesses. The role of witnesses is extremely important here. Several years ago, when I was working at the Institute of Educational Studies, we were doing this extensive research about violence in Polish schools, and we have asked 528 school teachers, class supervisors, how widespread are various forms of cyberbullying. So, cyberbullying, this online aggression, that's a category amounting to 12%. So this is something which was noticed by class supervisors at school, but it was quite rare. On the other hand, I would like you to remember what I said about the witnesses, what the children are witnessing. Do they really notice the violence? You know that the class supervisors, the teachers, they are adults. So they said that cyberbullying amounts to 12%. But when we asked 11,000 children, they said that this cyberbullying, depending on individual schools, that was 25 to 29% of cases. And the question was just about the last 4 weeks. So we didn't ask them, have you ever witnessed or been subject to cyberbullying? Have you ever had such an experience? We asked about the last 4 weeks. This study is several years old, so we have also middle schools in here, but I think this also shows us the age distribution. If we looked at the younger and older students in primary schools nowadays. So the peak of cyberbullying was at the late primary school, so 7th or 8th grade primary school, or the 1st grade in high school. So 7 to 8% of the people experience that every day. That's quite a realistic picture of what's going on. Maybe it's even more common nowadays. And now I wanted to go back to the role of witnesses once again. I think technically you know this cycle of violence, but I wanted to stress how important in the context of group violence is the dynamics of witnesses. There aren't aren't too many aggressors. The aggressors are not a dominant group. This whole theater of violence that we are seeing online is actually directed to the witnesses, to the people who will read the posts, who will like them, who will follow them, who will reshare them, who will extend the ranges. This all is done to achieve a success. And success here is understood as a digital applause. Like at school, everybody would laugh and they would say, yeah, good punch, buddy. Online, they would like it, they would share it, repost it. So those witnesses are actually fueling the violence. If the witnesses started to go the other way, if they understood what their role was, if they understood that the message is directed to them by the aggressors, that they demand their attention, they are looking forward to their likes, to their reposting, if the witnesses stopped doing that, if they started supporting the victims, cyberbullying would disappear. Of course, this is not my recipe to get rid of cyber violence. I'm not as naive to think this could happen, that if we stop looking at those groups, the cyberbullying will disappear. In a perfect world, that would be the case. Okay, so what's the intervention that we can take? What can we do? How do we help? How do we support the groups which are subject to cyberbullying? First of all, we can think of some interventions which might be divided into hot and cold. This is also true for some school contexts. So if we have two students who break up a fight, as a teacher, I have to start this hot intervention, so separate them right away, limit the violence. But also it would be very good if the school could take some cold interventions which are planned, which are done calmly, when the school has some structure, some scheme how to react to violence, and they would react accordingly. In terms of cyberbullying, those hot intervention strategies would be recommended to the people who are subject to cyberbullying, who are the victims. I have shown you that this proportion in the perception of cyber violence between the teachers and the students at school. So this is where the violence usually, if the violence occurs in the real world, then the teachers have a chance to intervene. But in the digital world, it's actually not visible because it happens in the mobile phones, it happens in some closed groups, so the teachers don't see it. And those hot interventions have to be taken up by the victim, by the student. What we can do is to educate, to explain, to tell them to collect evidence, to report it, to try to secure your data, have some strong passwords in place. You can find a number of those advice very easily online. So it's about self-assistance, self-management techniques, because it's hard to expect from teachers that they will monitor the internet all the time and they will provide those hot assistance techniques to their students. It is possible, but this is difficult and has a high cost, as we know. So that's the first part of my advice. And secondly, I wanted to talk about these cold intervention techniques where an educator consciously supports a class or a peer group to prevent violence. But also, if you want to do that effectively, you need to be able to learn that those cases are actually taking place. So I wanted to tell you about a project that we do in the SWPS University. It's actually been completed. It was a 2-year project, and we have designed an app. We thought that if the cyberbullying is happening online, then we can create an app that's going to support the anti-violence behaviors. So RiskSchool application works like that the students can download the mobile app, and using it, they can report to a teacher cases of cyberbullying, and they can do it completely anonymously. They could say that somebody is excluded and that the class is actually rallying up to get on somebody, to disrespect them online, mistreat them online. This application also, RiskSchool, allows the student and teacher to exchange short text information. Very often when I discuss this information, the teacher says, well, this is anonymous, so we're going to be flooded with fake reports, or the students are going to send us some strange messages. I wanted to assure you that so far, in several dozens of schools, we actually didn't have any, or we had hardly any problems of sending those fake reports or strange messages. This problem actually does not exist.
Sometimes a person sends just one message in order to verify whether there is any reaction, but they do not continue with a proper conversation. We also had workshops with young people. I conducted these workshops. Well, we talked about the app and we role-played. Young people told me why there are no jokes. They told me that they feel someone finally took care of the problem. When they see an app like that, an app that can help them, they feel that joking about it is not appropriate, because finally there is a tool to get help. Surprisingly, the students treat this app very seriously. On the other hand, the app won't solve each and every problem. It's just a means of safely getting information across to the teacher, and the teacher needs to take some actions. I would like to discuss these potential actions. I won't delve into too many details, but in general, we have actions based on discipline, support, mediation, joining a support group, etc., etc. So there are those basic methods, and then methods that derive from the general ones, the basic ones. All in all, there are different actions that we can undertake from the level of school, on the level of school, sorry, in order to prevent violence, cyber violence. What can we do? First of all, support the victims of violence. This approach on a general school level, we assume that a child can actively learn to protect himself or herself from bullying in offline and online worlds. We can support the victims in order for the victim to be able to manage the problem on their own. It is quite controversial because this approach does not take into account or does not encourage to punish the attacker. So the energy that teachers would put into punishing the attacker is placed in supporting the victim.
BHP posługiwania się internetem to jedno.
For instance, via safely browsing through internet.
Czytać to, co
What else do we teach? We teach how to read certain communications, how to read irony, how to use language
w internecie. Wszystko to
in order not to become a victim in the internet.
wybrana właśnie na ofiarę, jeśli sobie nie radzi.
In general, we teach skills that would prevent someone from becoming a victim by teaching certain soft skills or using a given language
w tych sytuacjach agresji znajdować, a my
in order to prevent aggression against a certain person.
pewność siebie, pozytywną
We support confidence, the positive sense of belonging. We also, as I've said, reinforce certain skills
ofiarami różnych form
in people who can become victims of different types of violence. We teach techniques. For instance, a technique of cognitive restructuring, and many other that I won't delve into the details of. These are communicative tools that are well known, well taught during different sorts of workshops, and this is also what we can teach our kids
tego typu zaczepkami.
In order to protect them from violence, as I've said.
Oczywiście też treningi sprawności fizycznej, tak żeby
we also engage kids in trainings in physical activities, trainings, and many other.
Często to są osoby o niskim poziomie kompetencji i rzeczywiście niełatwo.
Quite frequently, people who become victims of cyber violence do not have adequate competences. They also have problems with their mental health, or they come from families with quite low social capital or social resources. So this is quite successful. What we're doing is quite successful, actually. Another form of support lies in groups, in support groups. These are methods that do not rely on blaming. And therefore, reconciliation governs these methods instead of getting something from the attacker. In other words, a group is encouraged to solve a certain problem, and the group does not have to include the victim. A teacher presents problem to a certain group, namely he or she says, look, someone is systematically excluded in the internet from certain talks or activities. Let's talk about what that gives the group, what is the group dynamic, what happens in the classroom, do we create a positive ambience, are we happy being members of such a group where someone is excluded? Perhaps not. What can we do in order to prevent such situations? Think about it, find solutions. I put it on you, I count you would be able to solve the problem. What could you do? These methods are being used in an experimental way in Polish schools, and they actually are quite successful.
Bardzo często w klasie wyłania się
quite frequently
klasa nagle zaczyna aktywnie przeciwdziałać.
There is
kilkuosobowa grupka osób,
a smaller group within the larger one, pioneers, so to speak, want to change the dynamic of the classroom, and they actively encourage other members of the group to include the excluded victim. This is a very interesting method because the teacher actually is not involved in punishing.
Kierujemy tutaj energię.
Energy is put
można powiedzieć, skierowane na wsparcie
into support,
klasy, klimatu.
into supporting a healthy ambience of the classroom or the school.
Wielu metod omówiłem tylko dwie. Też
I mentioned only two methods among and the inexhaustive list that I told you about, because there are many different tools that you can use.
dać taki
I just wanted to give you some examples
technik, które można
of
stosować
techniques that can be used when it comes to cyberbullying.
Wydaje nam się, że aplikacja, którą stworzyliśmy, również może być korzystna.
We believe that the app that we created can be beneficial and can support victims, especially that we can get testimonies via this app, because otherwise these testimonies would be, for instance, placed in closed groups and we wouldn't have access to that. Thank you so much. Should you have any questions, please write to me.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie doktorze. Proszę jeszcze pozostać.
Thank you so much. Please stay with me.
Myślę, że to również była
because we can have some questions. This was a very interesting presentation, especially methods that you presented, and I also could see interest in the app. Now, are there any questions?
Jedną panią.
Dzień dobry, czy aplikacja jest płatna?
Is the app, do you have to pay for the app, and how do you access school code?
W międzyczasie pani już zaczęła sprawdzać.
Well, I can see that you started using the application, and there is a school code.
Reschool, będący podmiotem, oferuje.
Reschool, namely the RESQL app.
Muszę powiedzieć, żeby aplikacja sama była płatna, to jakby wdrożenie systemu w szkole jest płatne.
Gives you the code. The app itself is free, but introducing the system to a school is what you pay for.
Jest coś
It's not a complete freeware. But you can find prices on the webpage.
Jakieś pytania?
Are there any questions?
Jeszcze tam mamy z tyłu.
Dziękuję za głos. Mam takie pytanie odnośnie tych metod.
Thank you. My question is about your methods. Do you conduct trainings?
Które były dwie wspomniane.
You mentioned two methods of support.
Prowadzimy,
Yes.
łatwiej powiedzieć, to znaczy będąc jakby tutaj w tym zespole reschoolowym osobą merytoryczną.
Being responsible for content in our team,
proszą szkolenia z metod
I know that sometimes schools are interested in methods related to group dynamics, interventions, etc. So we do conduct trainings that are not directly related to the app.
Tak. One dzieją się.
So the trainings do take place.
Czy jeszcze ktoś z państwa jest chętny do zadania pytania?
Do you have any other questions?
Nie widzę. Pięknie dziękujemy.
Thank you so much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Przechodzimy dalej. Przedostatni wykład.
Moving on, now we have our next
Będę
speaker,
miała przyjemność zaprosić za chwilkę panią Charlotte Lochman,
namely Mrs. Charlotte Lochman,
Fundacji Amadeo
working
Antonio
in
jako
Amadeo
specjalistka do spraw
Antonio
edukacji
Foundation as a specialist
sieci. Natomiast dzisiaj
in the firewall project.
pewnymi przemyśleniami dotyczącymi
Today she
tego,
will share
jak
thoughts
rozmawiać z
on
młodzieżą
how to
o
talk to young
dezinformacji,
people
o fake newsach.
about fake news and
Tak jak to już było poruszone
the
wczoraj,
information.
tak jak Państwo doskonale macie
Misinformation.
świadomość, jeżeli chodzi o dezinformację, to taka pierwsza
The first
ogromna
thing
fala
that
napływała do nas wraz z pandemią.
comes to our mind is the COVID-19 pandemic,
Oraz oczywiście niestety
as
też
well
mamy
as
ogromne
the
ilości
Russian
dezinformacji związane z toczącą się wojną
invasion on
w
Ukraine.
I jest to temat niezmiernie ważny.
This is a topic that is very important because young people are present online
bardzo wiele godzin tam spędzają.
and spend multiple hours online.
Też wcześniej wspominał, są na różnych
As our previous
niedostępnych dla
speakers
dorosłych forach
mentioned,
obecnie i
they
myślę, że tym
can
bardziej
enter
ważne
groups
jest, aby
that we
ten
don't have
temat
access to.
poruszyć. Charlotte,
So I think that this is very important.
Okay, so that works great. And let me do the check up here. Dzień dobry. I don't speak Polish, I'm very sorry, but I will do my presentation in English, but you all can now put in the plug if you need some translation in Polish. So thanks for having me. It's actually a pleasure to speak about the topic of disinformation on an international conference, because I think still we should really think that disinformation is something that just affects national states. This is actually which is having a huge impact of our global democracy, and especially what you can see nowadays happening in Europe. So who am I? I work for the Amadeo Antonio Foundation. We are based in Berlin, but we have like different places all over Germany. We're focusing mainly on the perspective of those who are affected by hate speech, by discrimination, and all other forms of human dignity. The name of Amadeo Antonio, I just want to repeat it one more time. It's very important because he was one of the first victims of right-wing violence after the German reunification. And we want to encourage and promote local actors to shape a civil society and create a democratic civil society. The project I work in is called Firework. So we are an educational project for young people and educators. We get financed by the German Ministry of Justice, and our aim is actually to empower people to deal with such racist, anti-Semitic, xenophobic, and other hateful discourses on the internet, but of course also offline, because this is probably what we learned during the last days, that when we talk about online, we also have to talk about offline. Our activities are that we do workshops and we train actually trainers and educators. So we have trainers all over Germany, like even in the smallest village, who can give trainings on disinformation, conspiracy narratives, and hate speech. Yeah, so when we talk about media literacy, it is important to kind of bring in those 4 pillars, because when we do want to shape also a democratic civil society in the digital space, it is important to reflect on their own behavior at first. So we have to understand that actually when we are online, that we create a space that we actually attend and participating in society and in democracy also online. So what we do is that we always reflect and ask questions, so what are you actually doing online? Then, of course, when we talk about disinformation, we have to recognize how disinformation works. And maybe just a side note, we are not using the term fake news anymore. We actually go for the term disinformation because fake news has been used, especially by a very far-right Donald Trump. I'm just saying him now as an example. So this word has been like very misused, so that's why I talk about disinformation. When we recognize, or we want to recognize disinformation, we also have to understand what kind of strategies are actually behind this. And then, of course, it's good to know what is disinformation, how does it work, but then it's also very good and important to make the next step. Okay, now we know it, we analyze the problem, and what can we do about it now? So actually, how can we become active? And then, when we move in the digital space and we want to teach media literacy, we should never forget about this, digital self-protection and self-defense. So how actually do I put my settings that not everyone can see what I'm doing there, or whatever. I brought you some numbers. They're actually from a German study, but I thought it might be also interesting for you. But I also think we can really adapt it on various kind of countries. So there was this research made in 2020, like in the middle of the pandemic, that 76% of the 14 to 24 years old are confronted with fake news, disinformation, at least once a week. And I think this number is kind of a big one. During the pandemic, the number doubled. So here we also see how the pandemic had a huge influence on disinformation. Also, it says that 85% of young people are pretty sure and they demand that the topic of disinformation should be actually taught in school. As far as I can say, in Germany, it's still not a thing. Like in Germany, in school, we still don't talk about disinformation as a problem as we should do. This research also came up with a very interesting point, and I want to strengthen it. That's why it's this one. It's that 74% see the biggest problem that actually older people, like not the young people, we always focus on the young, that actually the young, older people are reproducing disinformation at its most. And this is interesting because of course, it's important to talk with young people about it, and I love my workshops and I love my job, but also in Germany, we don't have any offers for older people. Like I talk 50 plus, right? So actually when we talk about political education and civic education, we just forget completely a big target group, which also is voting every 4 or 5 years. And it's like, so this is something that we think about. So yeah, but I come back later to some project ideas. And also what is very important, because when we think about disinformation, we have, for example, politics who have a responsibility, but we also have us as users. We are online every day. But then also we have journalists who sometimes actually reproduce disinformation. And then they are like, oops, it just happened. But they should do it clear and transparent. Yeah, it happened. We are very sorry. And also kind of open up the space why it happened to them. So then people would understand, actually disinformation is something that affects everyone and like a lot of spaces. I hope I'm not speaking so quick. Okay, I'm a bit excited. All right. Yeah, when we talk about disinformation, I also would like to bring up the term digital violence, because disinformation should actually also be treated as something that really violates and hurts. So we have to be sure that we cannot separate anymore online and offline, you know. We actually have to think it together, because now we are here offline together, and you probably have your phone, so you're online at the same time. So actually the spaces are actually becoming one. And when we talk about disinformation, we have to talk about violence, because behind disinformation, it's always ideologia. I pronounce it now in a funny way, sorry. And also organization. So, and also disinformation often are kind of connected to conspiracy narratives. And when we think about conspiracy narratives, actually the topic of anti-Semitism is not far anymore. So we really have to understand that disinformation affects a lot of topics. Then disinformation, which is kind of a good news maybe, is that we still have a very minority, but they are very loud. So disinformation, it's still not that everyone is believing in disinformation, but the minority who is actually reproducing and really in this rabbit hole, this is how we call it, they are very loud. Then, of course, when we think about those big companies like Meta, before it was Facebook, then algorithm is something we also have to be aware. I mean, if you really go into this rabbit hole, the way out of the rabbit hole is harder when once you're in. So, yeah, I'm just checking the time. Yes. Broadly speaking, disinformation is actually the intentional spread of untrue information. So there is actually, behind disinformation is the intention to mislead and to have a lack of truth, and then also not just having a lack of truth and having the intention to mislead, but also to construct your own truth, right? And also claiming it, that this is my truth. So, I mean, you might heard already that sometimes people say that, but in my truth, it is like this. So this is something where you always have to be already carefully. Yeah, and it's false and wrong, and the information is generated to harm a person, social group, organizations, or even a country. The difference to disinformation, I just brought it up here, is misinformation. So misinformation is not that it's actually made to mislead. Sometimes it just happened because you did very bad research, or you read something wrong and you didn't check it, and then actually we create misinformation. So it's also wrong, but it doesn't have this kind of political level of you really want to, you have a really bad intention to spread a lie. And then also, when we talk about disinformation, we have to talk about malinformation. And malinformation is a bit tricky, because malinformation is actually taken from a real information, but then it has the intent to harm and to kind of make a strategy. So they take it true information, but then they take it, for example, in a different context, in a new context, or they make up some story before, or they make up some story behind. So kind of the malinformation, it's very tricky because it's truth-based, but it still also is used to harm organization, a country, or a person. So here I have like just to collect what I have been told about. So disinformation actually is moving in between, but it has a very strong power, especially because it has an agenda in the back. Yeah. So war of information, this is something we hear quite often, of course, in the recent months. I just brought, I tried to make a picture of like little stairs. So when we talk about misinformation, it's just something untrue. It's not true, and that's it. Then actually, when the intent to mislead comes in, then we are already on the level of malinformation or disinformation. Then, nowadays, or we could observe it in the last years, is that disinformation, actually, they kind of wear dress nowadays, that they look like very proper journalist work, that they have this very fancy design also. So it's also not so easy all the time to understand, is this now a disinformation? So it kind of became professional, and we call it pseudo-journalism. And then the last stage that we observe is the state actors. So when it actually turns into propaganda, because the state actors and the state institutions are also reproducing disinformation all the time. Yes, disinformation is nothing new in history. So I brought up 3 examples, and actually here was supposed to be number 4, but I will explain it to you. So I found actually a good example about disinformation in the year 1789. Marie Antoinette, that was one of the first disinformation campaigns we had in our history, because she said, if they have no bread, let them eat cake. This is what she was accused that she said it. But actually, it wasn't true. It was decolonized, and it was passed on. And still people repeating it over years, even it's been like quite a while ago. Then in the 50s, when Germany was still divided into 2 parts, the GDR actually had a problem with potato beetles. Like they had a pandemia kind of epidemic of potato beetles. And they actually blamed the American planes for it, because there was this Luftbrücke. You know, the Americans came and brought stuff to the west of Berlin. So at that time, it fit very well that they said it was America who brought in those beetles. Yeah. In 2016, actually, a reporter from the US spread the news from Germany saying that 1,000 men actually put on a church on fire. Never happened. But actually, it's been reproduced so many times. And at the end, actually, when some people called the police and asked, okay, what's going on in Dortmund? They said, like, nothing, like a normal day of work. And here, 2022, now I miss the word, Bürgermeister, Council of Berlin, yes. She got an invitation from Klitschko. I don't know if you heard about it. She got an invitation to have an interview with Klitschko, so she met, she got ready, and then they started to talk. And from the beginning, Klitschko said very weird things, like very base disinformation content, and then they didn't realize for 23 minutes that it was a deep fake. So Giffey, the Council of Berlin, she wasn't speaking to Klitschko. She spoke actually to a deep fake. So this sees also the professional level, how it gets. And also it's a very good example because, of course, it's been discussed quite a lot in the media, but really to hear from the government, like, oops, maybe we should work on media literacy also internally, you never heard. I hope they can't hear me now. Yeah. There are 5 types of false information. Imposter content, which means like you use familiar names that are famous, you use photos or logos to show that it's true. Then there's satire, so kind of you go this humorous way. But you kind of, you hide it behind humor, but it's still something wrong. Then this is mainly happening in the false connection. So something is made based on headlines, images, or clickbait, very emotional, strong, and sensational. I hope you understood me. Then the false context, removing like the original information to another context, and then or adding a different one. And then, of course, the misleading content that you take, a selection of photos that you create, kind of an image that you would like to create. Yeah, how are messages actually circulating online? We probably, if I would ask you now, who of you saw already false like disinformation on Facebook or on Instagram, a lot of people would agree. But the main part is we don't see it, actually. Mostly of the disinformation, they are on channels like Reddit. And from this, they kind of come to Telegram, for example. And then from Telegram, they go slowly to Twitter and TikTok, and then just to Facebook and Instagram. And then, but you see it slowly, they really influence the public debate in our societies. So the strategy is that people decide to speak out and to have an infiltration, which leads to polarization. Polarization leads to shift the discourse. And then, actually, and this is what is still amazed me when I work with young people, it's like, it kind of became normal to read disinformation. So there is a normalization happening that these misinformations are kind of part of our society nowadays. And this is actually a stage we reached we might shouldn't have. And then, of course, the end game will be that the discourse is taken and we talk about hijacking a discourse and turning it around. I have like 2 examples about disinformation campaigns in Germany that happened recently. So there's the case of Daniel. It's wrong, it's a fake information, it's a disinformation. I underline it again. So the claim was that a volunteer was beaten to death by Ukrainian refugees because he was a Russian-German person. Yeah, and it been shared, it was all over Germany, like in different kind of also media wrote about it. And then it didn't take long, they could figure out very quick that it was a disinformation because this never happened. Another example, it also shows how you can use videos or pictures from the past, was also quite going around in Germany, was like, here we see a supermarket in Regensburg. Regensburg is a small city in Bavaria. And that this supermarket is also selling Russian products. So people came and destroyed the whole supermarket. Surprisingly, it's of course a disinformation. So this video was taken in 2017, already somewhere in a small city in Russia. And they just took it out of the context, put it in, made up the whole lie about, to know, with the goal of presenting that the West is the aggressor, and also to kind of have this turn between perpetrator and victims, you know? Yeah. I have 2 minutes left. Yeah, so when we talk about discrimination, we always have to think that there's most of the time a campaign behind. So the campaigns are actually what we observe in Germany now, discrimination campaigns against LGBT, discrimination against people who talk about the climate crisis. This is a big thing. Yesterday I just read that in Spain, the Spanish government burned forests because they wanted to build this, like, you know, those wind wheels for new electricity. Of course, it's bullshit. And then what we also observe nowadays is discrimination against refugees and migrants campaigns. Yeah, I know that a lot of people probably work with young kids or with youngsters, so I thought I want to finish shortly with some impulse for daily work that might be helpful. So as I said in the beginning, you should talk with your class. Try to find always a time every day or like at least once a week to just listen to them. So, what is going on? Where are you actually online? Was there something you observed? Was there something that was interesting? Just like to pretend that to create a dialogue about the internet. Because we have to start kind of change this, like they are digital natives, of course, they are somehow working, like know what they're doing, but still we should show interest for this. Because then you can also try to talk about what do they observe, what do they find annoying, what is bothering them, and then also you can hear, is there maybe something like a disinformation they have read recently? Instead of pointing the fingers, it's always good to explain legal basics, talk about discrimination, educate about like right-wing extremist symbols, educate about disinformation, bullying, hate speech in the digital space, talk about strategies behind disinformation, and offer also support. This is a meme that was created from like one of the groups I work with. So they were, yeah. So it says like, oh, this is very emotional. So how about facts? Yes, memes are actually a very good approach to work with youngsters and pupils about disinformation. Because, for example, on disinformation, you have like terms like backfire effect. This means if people are ready, they don't want to listen to the truth anymore. So this is what we call backfire event effect. And this is kind of one group, they made up this meme to explain it. Yeah, so when you talk about problems, always important also to talk about solutions. And then, which is always the most important, like try to become active together with the students. And they can actually become ambassadors, like telling their parents, for example, or in the school what they did. So this is, I'm going to quit now because I don't have time. Oh, maybe one more thing. So there are some methodological snacks, and if you want to learn more about methods of non-formal education, you can come to an online webinar. This is offering by us on the 26th of October, and it will be in English. So, yeah. And there, thank you. Dziękuję bardzo.
Can you stay? Charlotte, bardzo, bardzo dziękujemy za tę...
Charlotte, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Charlotte.
Bardzo. Can we move forward? Okay. Bardzo dziękujemy za tę...
Thank you so much for this captivating presentation. Lots of expressions, lots of energy, and lots of sharing very interesting examples related to fake news. Do you have any questions, ladies and gentlemen? I don't see any questions, but I do have a question from an online user: how to teach students to distinguish between fake news and truth, since there are official services that actually spread fake news, official web pages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is always I mean, it's not just about teaching them what is disinformation, what is fake news. It's also like showing them how actually media works, like also having different opinions, like also listen to each other, for example, if you have something that you don't agree. So actually the competence of information is so much more than just doing, for example, fact-checking. So I would say to find a balance in between, if, of course, I mean, it's like different in different countries, but for example, if wrong information are spread by state institution, it's always also possible to find on international fact-checking pages that that they're actually misleading and this is wrong content. So yeah.
Thank you. Dziękuję bardzo. Teraz, drodzy Państwo, będzie już ostatni punkt naszej...
Ladies and gentlemen, and now, last but not least, we will connect online with our next speaker, Dr. Hans Martens. Dr. Martens is the head of a digital citizenship project within European SchoolNet and within the European Commission activities. He coordinates InSafe network activities and also acts in favor of safety in the internet. Dr. Martens will tell us a couple of words about how to make young people facilitate good change when it comes, and that also in relation to cyber hate and cyber violence. As you could see today and tomorrow, these phenomena are increasing. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. So I could speak for an hour or so about the work we do on BadInternet for Kids, and then also the wonderful network we coordinate with safe internet centers across Europe. But instead, I have 10 minutes, and I will focus specifically on one of the issues we have been tackling over the last few years, and it follows nicely from the previous presentations we've had. So we'll talk a bit more about the SELMA project, which is a project we have been running with a number of European partners. And what might be useful to know for everyone in the audience is that actually we've also worked with the Polish Safe Internet Center to make these resources available in Polish. So I will give a bit of a teaser of some of the activities we have included, integrated. And then afterwards, you can definitely follow up and you will be able to use these materials yourself. What I will do is start with a quick definition of what online hate speech is. It's quite a complicated ask, but just to say that in our definition of online hate speech, we emphasize that it's about every form of expression, and this can include a variety of types of messages, and these can be disseminated through any possible form of digital media. So it can be websites, forums, blogs, emails, social media, games, and so forth. And it's typically targeting an individual or a group based on a number of protected characteristics. And that's a term you will often hear when you are talking about hate speech. So it is about relatively sensitive aspects such as race, ethnic origin, gender identity, sexual orientation, religious affiliation, and disability. And what is also important is that it is about an intention of inciting, spreading, or promoting hate or other forms of discrimination, or when the message can be reasonably understood as likely to produce that effect. So that's a very long definition, and we've provided a simplified version. But what then often happens, and I think that is really important also when you do education work with children, with young people, is that there's a lot of focus on how to define, how to identify online hate speech. And I've just shared for information a very nice Council of Europe visualization. So a lot of the discussion is about, is it illegal? Is it not illegal? Is it online hate speech? Is it cyberbullying? And then you have a number of examples and a number of differences. So when we talk about cyberbullying, I think we would always emphasize that it needs to be repetitive, it needs to be intentional, it needs to be about trying to hurt a person or a group, and there needs to be some kind of power imbalance. And you immediately see that there's partly overlap, but then part of what is cyberbullying might not be illegal, or the response to that can be quite different. So that's one area of discussions you can surely have when you work on these topics with children and young people. And there are some examples in the SELMA toolkit which you can use. But what I would like to do today is explain a bit how we try to take it one step further, because at the end of the day, when you work with children and young people, of course, they're individual human beings. They have their own knowledge, their own feelings, their own online media experiences. So it's not just about telling them what is right or wrong, what is hate speech, what is not hate speech, what is disinformation, what isn't it. It's really about trying to get a connection, having an exchange with them, and trying to make a difference so that they start acting, so that they respond in a different way to what they are encountering. And to do that, we've developed what we call the SELMA toolkit concept model, and it's a bit of a mix of approaches which we are using across projects. And I will illustrate each of these with a short example. So it's really to give you a teaser of the kind of activities you could do in a classroom. And I'll just explain the three main components. So there's social and emotional learning. I think that's really a crucial element. So it's not just about knowledge, it's not just about skills. It's really about children, young people growing up in a digital age and having a lot of experiences where they sometimes feel upset, or they don't know how to respond, or they may be attracted to certain kind of things and they don't know how to deal with it. So social and emotional learning is really about them being aware of themselves, of their emotion, being able to manage those emotions, also being aware of what's happening around them, and then being able to manage the relationship they have with others, with their own peer group, but also with society at large. What we then try to do is combine social and emotional learning with media literacy. Again, media literacy, I think most of the people in the audience will pretty much know what it is, but you have this analytical component, you have the more creative production component, and I will give an example there. And then also what is important for us is this citizenship component, and it's really about not just teaching a lesson, but it's really about, okay, how is this relevant for my own life? How can I indeed act as a responsible citizen? And that's the kind of overall dynamic we try to bring across throughout the toolkit which we have developed. And to make that very specific and concrete, and maybe also to give you some ideas of how you can work on these topics with fairly young children. So the toolkit has been developed 11, 16. I think some of these activities you could even use at younger age. And of course, I think if you hear about digital ghettos in one of the earlier presentations, or if you see some of the examples of hate speech, which indeed many young people will encounter online, you might feel uncomfortable to address that straight away in a classroom environment. So what we try to do is we work a bit with a metaphor, with a character. So this is Zorg the Xenovian. So he's a character which is coming back a couple of times in the Selma toolkit. And it's really an example of how you can work on some of these topics with very young children. And the idea behind Zorg is that we put Zorg on a bit of a map where we ask children and young people, okay, imagine you are Zorg, you come from a strange planet, you arrive on Earth, and all of a sudden people start saying all kinds of unpleasant things to you. And then we ask the children, okay, can you think a bit, if you would be Zorg, so try to empathize with him, how would you feel? And we give them some indicators of what a feeling might be. It can be unpleasant, it can be pleasant, it can be low energy, it can be high energy. So we try to give a number of concrete examples, illustrations, so that young people really learn to regulate and understand their own emotions. So that's an example, like a set of statements, the kind of things which would really look like the kind of hate speech you would see in an online environment. But of course, we bring them in a bit more of a safer space, so you can have this discussion even with younger children. And then we ask the children, young people, to try to empathize, to try to respond, like try to be Zorg. How would you respond to these kind of statements? But we have a variety of activities in line with this. And this is another example. So when they get a bit older, they're a bit into mixing all kinds of images, music, sound. So what we give them is a Selma mixing panel. And it's really, again, about these are the different kind of emotions you have. And then you present them with a number of scenarios, a number of situations, a number of things which may happen. And you ask them really literally to regulate their emotions. How would the people in this situation feel? How would you feel? How would you respond to it? So that's the social and emotional learning component. Apart from that, there's a lot of media literacy in there. So it's really about children, young people learning to access, to analyze, to evaluate, to create media messages. And when it's about analysis, it's really about understanding the wider production context, how are messages generated, created, circulated, a bit in line also with some of the examples we've seen in the previous presentation. And one very specific example, which you might know, so I think this is one example of a certain picture which was taken out of its context. So it's a child, it seems that the child is on his own, but actually if you would zoom out of the frame, you would see that there are parents, but this particular example was used within the context of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict and some of the migration flows, really as a clickbait mechanism, because people know, okay, it's very emotional, it will attract attention, people will click on it. So that was the main purpose of how it was framed. So it's really about having these activities where children, young people see examples of how this is happening in practice, and then they can start applying that in their own context. There's the analytical component, but there's also the more creative, productive component. And that's not just about creating media messages. It's also about understanding what an algorithm is, how this can be used, perhaps to detect, identify hate speech. So this is one specific example where we give people a bit of an indication of what an algorithm is, how it works, and then together with young people, we try to develop an algorithm which tries to identify hate speech. So it's quite a difficult thing to do. It's the experience where many of the big companies are spending lots of money to try to make it happen, but even for them, it's a huge challenge, and that's what we see every day. But it's a very engaging way to involve children, young people in that kind of thinking, that kind of decision making. Eventually, what we really want to do, and again, I think it links with some of the things we've seen, it's not just about teaching a lesson. It's not just about learning to analyze, create media messages. It's really about how to make a difference. And even if a better word starts with yourself, we do believe that there's different levels of involvement. And it's not just the children, the young people, it's also their teachers, it's also their schools, and it's also the wider environment. So we have a whole range of activities. A lot of them take a bit of a whole school community spirit, where you try to involve not just the whole school community, but also a wider range of public-private stakeholders. And then together, based on what you've learned, you try to make a difference. And this can be really simple examples. It can be a poster, some quick questions, things you can do. This is an example of what we called the Hacking Hate Challenge. Like it's 12 simple things you can do to make a difference. It's something you can easily put in your classroom. Or we did some other things, so a bit more complicated, but really nice to do. Work together with young people, have some kind of co-creation mechanism where they need to come up with solutions. So this is a group of vulnerable youth from Denmark, and they were all savvy gamers, and they really came up with this idea of a fair game platform where, based on certain types of positive behavior, you were getting additional points in the gaming flow. So it's a really nice bottom-up creative idea to involve vulnerable children even in a discussion about online hate speech. And then, of course, you want to take it out of the school. So it's really about involving a wider range of actors. This is about parents. This is also about governments. This is about industry. And there are some really nice examples of how you can campaign in your school, in your city, in your country. So I would definitely recommend you all to have a look. Maybe to conclude, and I know I'm running out of time, so if you go to the website, there's a whole range of materials. The Polish Safe Internet Center will surely be able to guide you through, but we've also tried to do a bit of your homework by really looking into specific aspects depending on your interest, your niche, what do you want to focus on. And what we really try to do is give you some what we call pathways through the toolkit. So in total, we have around 100 resources, materials, but we really want to make it easy for you to see what is there and what you can do with it. So have a look at the website, get in touch with your Safe Internet Center, and I hope you will end up using the Selma Toolkit or similar materials to make a difference in your own country. That's it.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Ja jeszcze tylko odniosłabym się.
Thank you so much. I would like to make a reference to what was just said on our Safer Internet page and on our academia. You can find the pathways that were translated into Polish. Just use the tab projects. So I really do encourage you to take a look in there. Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining us today. Thank you for explaining the Selma project. Thank you for telling us how we could work with our children and youth. So now this concludes the second session. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you for being with us online. And now we'll take a lunch break. Thank you.
Dzień dobry, witamy.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
I ostatniej już
Welcome to the last session of the 16th International Conference on the Safety of Children and Youth in the Internet.
Wiem, że ci, którzy zostali teraz, to
We know that
najlepsi, najwytrwalsi.
we are facing our best attendees here during this last session. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a presentation from our partners,
Którego nie mieliśmy przez ostatnie
which will be followed by a novelty,
wracamy, czyli otwarta
namely an open debate where you can actually share ideas, sum up,
zapytać, wypowiedzieć
draw conclusions,
tych dwóch.
and formulate opinions on the past 2 days of the conference.
Będzie jeszcze mała niespodzianka
We'll also have a surprise
z nagrodami.
with awards.
Zanim do tego dojdzie, to chciałam zaprosić za moment na
But now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to
Państwo powiedzą
invite two ambassadors of For Tomorrow project promoting the safety of children online,
zdrowie cyfrowe.
as well as online health. Barbara Halska and Agnieszka Chomicka-Bossy. The floor is yours.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Good afternoon.
Zaczynamy.
All right, let's start.
My chcieliśmy Państwu powiedzieć
We would like to tell you a couple of words about one of the best projects, actually, in my opinion, the best project I've had the chance to work in.
pracując w ramach tego projektu
Working within this project,
więc już bardzo
I actually resigned from my right to be a participant of this project.
Dlaczego? Dlatego, że
Every project is an innovation to me.
przystępuje do projektu,
Young people participating in a given project
jeszcze nie wie, że czegoś się nie da zrobić.
don't know that there are things impossible.
To jak rozwiązać problem,
Every solution, every idea they have
postawią, jest tak naprawdę rozwiązaniem.
is doable.
I powinniście też tak do tego podchodzić i
And I think that we should apply that perspective, that approach.
jeżeli chodzi o mnie i o projekt, który tutaj specjalnie Państwu
The project Solve for Tomorrow
coś z niczego, tak naprawdę
brings second life
które pewnie każdy
to
posiada jeszcze w domu, gdzieś ma w magazynach.
to floppy disk in this particular case, and here the other speaker said that you can actually touch the bag.
4-5 lat.
Well, we've had this project for 5 years, I think.
Spaceruję. Ale to nie jest jedyny
And still, the bag still exists.
30 projektów
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 30 innovative projects
na całym świecie i pokazywać,
that operate globally,
że tak naprawdę młodzież
and that I had the pleasure to show globally,
zrobić coś
to
kreatywnego,
show that young people can do something creative and innovative,
potrafi tak naprawdę zaprezentować
and that they can present oneself be in front of an international jury. Solve for Tomorrow is a project that we are the ambassadors of,
takich działań.
and it introduces us into the world of innovation. Young people who took place in the who participated in the first edition of this project still continues developing their creativity. They ask for support. They take part in competitions, etc. I traveled a lot with young people. We visited certain places. We learned about a certain culture, but most of all, young people
Albo prawie w ogóle nie możemy zrealizować w przestrzeni
did something that cannot be executed in the classroom. They talked with adults, they exchanged experiences, they presented, they listened to arguments.
w większości wypadków w języku obcym.
And that was in their foreign language in most cases.
No właśnie, projekt.
Now, a project. In the slide, you can also see the avatars, these people asking what, when, and how.
Dużo pytań.
Lots of questions. and lots of
Co
answers.
tak naprawdę młodzież zdobywa?
What do young people get
Że
during this project?
kompetencje miękkie.
Agnieszka, I think that soft skills
Dodatkowo pamiętajmy,
and skills of the future are what they get. Within this program, young people have the chance to work with ambassadors, so actually Agnieszka and myself, as well as the rest of the team involved in design thinking.
do finału czy do prototypu produktu.
What we do is finally come up with a prototype of a given project, a must-have within fashion.
Nie zależy nam na końcu.
But Soul for Tomorrow is not about a ready-made product. It's not about the finished product. This is actually something that happens after the finishing. Soul for Tomorrow is about the process.
Mocno ten projekt pozwolił im rozwinąć się, ale
And it's also about recognizing how much people can develop and deal with the problem they have. Soul for Tomorrow is a project within which young people face challenges
Współczesny świat.
of the modern world.
To był rok, kiedy
Last year,
rozpoczęliśmy w Polsce ten
2021, was the year when we launched the
W
project.
ubiegłym roku był pierwszy raz w Polsce.
The project is actually an international one, and for the first time, it's been in Poland. 138 applications were submitted.
Zdrowie rozumiane jako zdrowie
There was, for instance, health as a category understood as physical well-being,
zdrowie psychiczne i rozumiane
or as mental well-being or digital well-being,
równowagę gdzieś tam
namely balance between the digital world and the real world.
o czym to świadczy.
These categories, or this umbrella category, was actually the category where most submissions were made.
Świadczy to o
Perhaps
tym, że jest to
it shows us that young people are faced with these problems. They seek solutions which are not easy to find. 33 submissions were within safety, understood as road safety, digital safety, etc. And 45 submissions revolved around
w ramach klimatu.
climate.
Do półfinału proszę zobaczcie,
Semifinals
zakwalifikowało projektów w danym zakresie.
included the number of projects that you can see in the slide, with 12 submissions for climate and 8 submissions for health. When it comes to health, it's difficult to find solutions that would be relatable and appropriate for students, irrespective of the fact that there were many submissions.
Ich 8. A to są nasi finaliści.
And these are our finalists.
To uczniowie, uczennice.
The first place was taken by students from Bielsko-Podlaskie, who constructed a prototype of an app which was aimed at giving the feeling of safety and security to students who go back home when it's dark. When these students submitted their application to Solve for Tomorrow, they weren't able to name the problem properly. What helped them? Life. One of the students, one day, coming back from school to her home, had a feeling that she was followed. She felt uncomfortable and everything went well, but it worked as a trigger, as an inspiration to what they could do within the project. So this shows us what we actually care about in Solve for Tomorrow, because the whole process shows students that they are able to do something about the problems. It's not that they sit and are helpless and not capable of having a real influence on the state of affairs. This is something very important in the project. Second place in the climate category was taken by the High School Academy on carbohydrates versus CO2.
Fantastycznie pokazujący, jak
Sorry, seaweed versus CO2.
w tym, żeby powietrze nasze było czystsze.
So actually their project revolved around a cleaner air. In third place was taken by a project that revolved around composting and that revolved around fertilizers on our earth and the role on the earth. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards a new edition of the competition related to integration when it comes to the topic of prospective applications. Integration stands for the integration and inclusion of local communities of the excluded, as well as projects related to the Ukrainian minority, here in Poland. So it's all about the challenges that we are facing. Speaking about our projects, this is what we are trying to do, and we would like to encourage you, dear teachers and dear trainers, educators, together with your students and with us, do engage in very valuable activities. Let's educate, not necessarily behind the closed doors of schools, but also outside. So let's go outside the school and let's do something good together. Join us in Solve for Tomorrow.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Jest jeszcze miesiąc.
Thank you very much. As I understand, there is still 1 month to send your submissions to the program. And now, as announced, we're going to have another point on the agenda.
Ekran.
Could we have the screen? Okay, so actually this session is for you. It's important for us, but I think it's just as important for you. We didn't always have the time for a proper Q&A to exchange our thoughts and experiences. So I think now is the time to do that. And this will also be an opportunity to collect some feedback. So let's do this exercise. We have mentioned our smartphones a number of times over those 2 days. So now I would like to ask you to enter menti.com and use the same code that we used previously to ask questions. And we would like to ask you to share 3 most important things that you're going to take home from this conference. You can share just 1, not 3. You can share 1 or 2. But we do encourage you to do this, both the participants who are here with us in the audience room and those who are joining us online.
Tak, tu jest na górze, nie wiem,
We have the code here on top, 82862817.
Udało. Bardzo pozytywne hasła, pomysły, inspiracje, przemyślenia. Mamy.
So you can share your thoughts, you can share your feedback. They say Niels was amazing, so that's one for you, Niels. I can see you're still in the room with us.
Rola rodzica,
The role of parents is priceless.
potrzeba działania,
The need to take action, ideas to use at work,
uwrażliwienie na potrzeby,
being sensitive to needs,
ale też powaga
reflections, how serious the situation is, call for action, dialogue, hope.
Dobrze, także nadzieja.
It's good you said hope because we always think that the topics we are discussing might be overwhelming to you, but we really want to share both the threads and some inspirations and ideas, alternatives for online activities, balance. Yeah, we've talked a lot about balance, self-education, family.
Dobrze, to ja myślę, że niech ta nasza mapa myśli
Okay, so
tutaj rośnie.
let's let this mind map or cloud of tags grow here in the background. So
Nieco w centrum.
it will get more central here in this graph if it's mentioned more than once. So let's open the discussion. What's behind your feedback here? What are your thoughts? Are there any reflections you would like to share at the end of the second day? Oh, looks like we have the first comment. As we know, somebody has to open the Q&A, and then it will start rolling. I thought about this during those speeches today. There was this idea to educate the parents, not to leave them as they are on their own, because it's important to give the parents some tools, and they need to know what to do, and we are there to provide the tools to the parents. So in this school year, I'm going to focus more to involve the parents and to educate the parents too. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Tutaj właśnie wybrzmiało,
Yes, I think it's important. We had the parallel sessions, so we didn't listen to all the speeches, but we had a speaker from Iceland. He talked about working with parents, and we, as the Polish Center of Safer Internet, we tend to focus on schools, and we tend to overlook the parents sometimes. I have a question to the audience. Who of you is a parent representative? I am a parent myself. I'm a parent who tries to find inspiration, who tries to create something online to inspire others. And I wanted to say it's really difficult. It's my second time on this conference, and I can find something for the parents. But as you said during one of the presentations, the parents who need that are often not present at the parent-teacher meetings, or they don't reach for your tools. So I think there is a lot of work to be done with the parents. So I would really love to see how we follow up with the thing of working together with parents.
na początku się
Okay, just one more thing. If you could introduce yourselves, where are you from? Which institution do you represent? I'm a digital parenting blogger. I'm a digital mother. That's my alias, and I think the mother's role in the upbringing process is really crucial. I'm Aleta. I'm from the daycare center near Częstochowa, and when I looked at your mind map, I think we are lacking some soft skills here, and there is a lot to be done because we are talking only about soft competences, soft skills here, so a lot of work to be done. Yes, that's agreed. Yes, a lot of things are focused around the relations. My name's Michał Rosiak, but I'm here as a parent. I have 3 sons, and as a parent, what I was most influenced by was this slide that Łukasz Wojtasik showed, because he showed a child holding a hand with the parents who were looking at their mobiles. So, dear parents, we are shooting our own food, and I shot my own food too. But let me put it bluntly: we are the example for our children. How can we tell them, "Hey, stop looking at your mobile"? How long can you look at your mobile? I have a 2.5-year-old child, and sometimes I have to really try hard to avoid looking at my mobile. It's like a reflex. You know, I do it subconsciously. I reach in my pocket automatically if I feel bored. Don't do that. No, let's start from ourselves. Let's give them a good example. Thank you. Yeah, let's teach children, but let's start from ourselves.
Я хочу сказати, підтримати обох і вас. Ви говорили про soft skills, yes. Да, потрібно виховувати в собі саме hard skills, тому що я є медіатренером, але коли мені потрібно було дізнатися про Майнкрафт, я дізналася, я знайшла інформацію.
I'm sorry, but we cannot hear the translation into Polish.
Вже цікаво. І ти розумієш, в чому користь, і там багато є користі, бо розвивається дуже багато навичок у сучасних дітей, а також є завжди інша сторона. І в першу чергу
Minecraft has some advantages, but it's about self-education. Of course, there are some limitations, but it's about some agreement between children and the parents. It's a dialogue, so we should learn. It should be about our education as parents, and only then can we transfer our competences to children, to copy our behaviors.
Uczestnicy online, którzy mają tłumaczenie i na ukraiński z ukraińskiego.
Oh, thank you. I understood it was in Ukrainian. I understood it was about the conversation between parents and teachers. I think that was about giving example, about talking to children, so it should be an exchange of words, right?
Comments. And first of all, thank you for organizing this conference, because for me, like Ukrainian, it's great experience to expand my worldview and to look into international security, not only about online risks, also about offline risks, like colleague told about robots, about well-being, about mental health. It's also not about only online risks in internet. Also want to say a lot of thanks that we can, I hope, implement your experience with all materials in Ukraine, because I work with Ministry of Digital Transformation and with Ministry of Education, and we create educational materials in Ukraine for Ukrainian teachers, kids, etc. And I hope that we can translate a lot of materials in Ukrainian language, because it's really cool that you have cooperation with a lot of international tech companies like Google, Samsung, or TikTok, because in Ukraine we haven't any official representatives, so we can't cooperate with them. But by the way, a lot of thanks, and I hope for future cooperation with your all organizations. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. We are always open for this cooperation, especially now when it's so needed.
Mhm. Tak, ja już wczoraj mówiłem, że no jeśli
Yes, as I was saying yesterday, if we can see anything positive in this really hard situation of our neighbors, this is the increase of collaboration, better collaboration. Like you said, we're going to share the materials. Actually, we are sharing quite a lot of materials. We are translating our materials into Ukrainian. We have also learned about the platform that you have created in Ukraine, something we were not necessarily aware of before, so I think this conference will facilitate our collaboration. Good morning, Aleksandra Rzeszkowska. I came here as a school advisor. I work with teenage students. I work with 800 young people who are in their puberty age. I work in a car mechanics school, and after those 2 years of remote schooling and after the experience of war, they are really struggling. I'm also a court mediator, and I'm a parent. I also work with the Polish Red Cross. I'm a single mother of 3 sons, and I've mentioned all that because I'm thinking about a big social picture, a big outlook of the problems that we have discussed here. I'm thinking about how much we can do, not just at work, but do it in the social context. Leave out your mobile phone when you're having dinner with the family. Leave your phone aside when you are at a party mingling with other people. There is a lot that people at our age can do. After listening to the statistics, after listening how children up to the age of 6 are using their mobiles, I can really see that we have messed up as parents. So let's start from ourselves, like our colleague said, but not just at work, but in everyday life too. Good afternoon. Just like many colleagues before, I wanted to stress how important it is to educate the parents. I think some of us were brought up in the analog age, so we might lack the tools, we might lack the awareness of the risks related to the digital world, and we might lack the knowledge how we can help the children. So for them, that's a really important part of their reality, and for us it might be difficult to drag them into the analog world because our children live here and now they're becoming citizens, so I think they should do it more in the real world than online. Yeah, thank you. I remember one of the sessions when we were discussing a similar topic, and some of the participants were talking about their initiatives to provide an alternative to the online activities like this Samsung Solve for Tomorrow program. We have another comment from the audience. My name is Sabina Pałka. I work in a psychological and educational advisory center. And I wanted to say that this conference makes us aware about something that we might have heard about before, but it really highlighted how little do we know as educators, as teachers, as parents. I'm a parent, I'm a grandparent too, and when I see my grandchildren eating lunch with mobiles in their hands, I tell them, hey, come on, the children should know that they are eating a meal rather than watching cartoons on the mobiles. So the awareness among the adults, what is the danger related to abuse of digital technologies is actually priceless. In my smartphone, I have entered the do not disturb mode, and my friends told me, come on, but what happens if there is an emergency after 10 o'clock before 6 a.m. and I say, what's the use of this knowledge if I get some bad news in the middle of the night? I will have to wait till the morning anyway. So what you said has reinforced me that I'm doing the right thing, switching on the do not disturb mode. Last time I was also in a conference, and there was a movie, an influencer chasing likes. And when I watched that, I thought that this film should be obligatory to watch at schools, at primary schools and at high schools. But unfortunately, it's not available. You can watch it on a VOD at home, I think. But I think it would be a good idea to watch it at schools as part of the compulsory program. It's really valuable. Thank you.
Kilka myśli naraz, ale rzeczywiście
Right.
co roku staramy się znaleźć jakiś właśnie film dokumentalny.
Every year we are trying to
Oczywiście to
find a documentary or documentaries to share. These are not our movies, so we have to buy the licenses.
To mi przywodzi na myśl, że od kilku lat współpracujemy z Horyzonty, która
Actually, for a couple of years we've been working with the Nowe Horyzonty Foundation. organization, and perhaps we could find a way to share such material via this channel. Yes, we are trying to select the most up-to-date movies. I think that it's the second time that we've presented such a movie to you yesterday. You talked about the awareness, and actually I think that this is the goal of our today's meeting, to increase awareness. And I know that you yourselves are doing a lot. There are more people interested in the conference than actually the number of places here in the room, but we hope that everything that you heard today will be brought into the broader audience and into your organizations.
Ktoś z Państwa jeszcze chciałby się podzielić?
Would you like to share anything else?
Pani to. Andrzeju, pani tutaj.
Olejnik Rosalia,
Rosalia Olejnik. I'm from Łódź. During the past 2 days, I missed one thing. All those threats that we talked about, or many threats, are brought up in courts, or actually result in court cases, both when it comes to demoralizing and also when it comes to overusing the parental power. So in reference to saying that we should start with ourselves, I must say that I agree completely. Cases such as bullying, slander, or cases related to other types of violence are more and more numerous. And they are also being analyzed by the institutions acting for the underaged. We, the curators, the court curators, we know that we have to cooperate with the family and with the underaged, so that the underage does not engage into misdemeanors or crimes. Currently, in the act related to the underage has been amended, and actually there is much more responsibility that now is being assigned to the underaged. So we as custodians know that we have to pay attention to that, and I think that yes, we have to start with ourselves and also start as early as possible.
Bardzo ważny głos. W zasadzie
This is a very important voice. As we can see the legal aspect of what we are discussing. So actually, during the past conferences, we had a share of topics related to the activities of the law enforcement authorities. And this, in general, is very serious, while young people are not aware of the seriousness and legal consequences of their actions.
Zachowanie online. Także bardzo dziękuję.
Online, of course. Fair enough, this can actually lead to another point that we prepared. You should see this in the very same window that you saw before. Please have a look at the question. What would you like to listen to discuss during the next year's conference? I just would like to add one thing. Joanna Gregorczyk, and I'm from the police as well as from a psychologist's office. Listening to these speeches, I must say that I am learning a lot. And I am ready and I'm eager to conduct workshops and trainings, as well as broaden my knowledge and competences, as well as the knowledge and competences of fellow policemen and policewomen. There are many cases in family courts that we deal with, and I think that engaging information with the police is crucial. Exchanging expertise with professionals is crucial here. Yes, we agree fully. We are really glad that you are here, because we are counting on the representatives of different professions joining us here today. You, as police, as the police, have the opportunity to educate as well.
Asy internetu będą, to jest organizacja, która będzie jeszcze warsztat.
What do we have in the slide? First of all, Asy internetu related to an organization that will have workshops about grooming. This is another topic that you would like to listen to, concrete cases and examples, legal responsibility of the underage when it comes to their behavior online. This we know. Current trends, especially when it comes to the young generation. Well, that changes quickly.
Aspekty prawne, tak? Rola wymiaru sprawiedliwości w zwalczaniu.
The role of the law enforcement, protection methods when it comes to children being online.
W ramach platform dużo. Dobrze.
Sesja dla samorządów oraz dyrektorów.
Local authorities and the heads of the schools, namely a workshop or a session dedicated to those entities would be valuable. Practical aspects to children and young people online. Approach, sorry, to young children and young people online. Sexual violence and educational programs combating that. Proposals of trainings. We, the Empowering Children Foundation, are conducting trainings and workshops. So we encourage you to sign to our newsletter to know the current state of affairs and planned activities. We very frequently publish material that can be accessed by you. There will be a session on the 15th of November dedicated to trainers, psychologists, and similar professions. This will be a very practical meeting, and it will be available on the webpage Safer Internet. New practical tools for social media privacy, and then when to look for help and solutions.
Naszych kanałów i warto też może w tym miejscu powiem, bo zmieniłem w trakcie.
In relation to trainings, broadening the knowledge. Well, first of all, I would like to say that 800 100 100, this is a line, a helpline that you can also access, and there is also a web page, 800 100 100.pl. You can access different material there.
Protection of children's digital rights in TikTok, Instagram.
We also have a suggestion for online tools. You would also like to hear a couple of words about publishing publishing content related to children, and material on parenting is available at the NASK webpage. We also have a forum when we invite young content creators and designers to publish. Digital Youth PL, is the webpage that I'm talking about. We also encourage you to register for workshops that will be held tomorrow and after tomorrow, because actually topics such as the image of children in the internet will be touched upon tomorrow and after tomorrow.
Ktoś jeszcze chciałby zabrać głos, zanim przejdziemy do już ostatniego punktu?
Would you like to share your thoughts before we move on?
Te wszystkie głosy zapiszemy i na pewno przeanalizujemy.
All of this will be analyzed.
Bardzo poważnie też do ewaluacji.
Because we take evaluation seriously.
Do końca tygodnia.
So by the end of the week, you will have the evaluation worksheets to fill in.
Przygotowania następnej konferencji rozpoczynamy.
So that we could prepare the next conference in the best way possible. This is always what we start with.
Bardzo pomocny. Bardzo dziękujemy za wszystko.
Thank you so much for all your opinions now and during the conference.
Czasu niż pytań.
We haven't had enough time for all the questions.
Lżejszy element.
But last but not least,
rywalizacyjny. I dorośli, i zawsze też młodzież na przykład rodzaju.
A little contest.
Quiz, w dodatku
Namely quiz.
Jak Państwo zerkniecie smartfony, jest teraz.
Please have a look at your smartphones. You can join the quiz
poprzez wpisanie swojego imienia, czy
by entering your name,
pseudonimu, czy hasła rozpoznawczego.
Or a nickname.
Byle może takiego charakterystycznego typu nie Ola, bo może ich być wiele, tylko.
Please come up with something creative.
Każdy dostaje też ikonkę.
And original. Everyone has an icon, an avatar, so you can actually see who joins us now.
Będą 4 szybkie.
Do log in and answer 4 simple questions.
Pytania jednokrotnego wyboru.
All of these are single choice question. So speed and reaction time and correct answers will be what counts.
Małe nagrody. Jeszcze widzę tutaj.
I can see people joining. So we'll wait a couple of seconds.
Kod 82,
82, 83, 28, 17. This is our code.
82, 86.
82, 86, 28, 17.
Dobrze.
Wielu zawodników mamy.
Zaczynamy.
Chyba zaczynamy. Są Państwo gotowi?
Okay, let's start.
Wszyscy nerwowe palce na smartfonie. Dobrze, zobaczmy. Pierwsze pytanie.
The first question is, in which year was the first conference about safety of children and young people online? 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009. When was the first conference that we are having here today as well?
Tak. Tutaj może szybki rachunek był trochę mylący.
All right. That was 2007.
Dawno temu.
A long time ago. 18 people were correct.
Jeszcze jest szansa, tak.
But you'll still have a chance.
Zobaczymy sobie.
We have our leaders here today.
Właśnie po pierwszym pytaniu, jak wygląda. Pani Sylka na pierwszym miejscu.
Sylka as the leader, Bonnie, and then Natka, 306. Question number 2.
Zaraz się nam wyświetli.
How many countries had their representatives during this conference?
No.
Niby proste, ale...
Mało czasu, więc...
Simple yet complex.
Strzelać. O, ale to się wydawało trudniejsze,
tak.
ale najwięcej...
Well, simple.
Czyli tu lepiej z matematyką.
Oh, you're better at math now. We had 8 countries that had the representatives here today, and 37 of you were right.
Prowadząca się nie zmieniła.
The leader hasn't changed,
Kolejne miejsca na
but subsequent places did.
Elefant oraz
We have Elephant and Aga Malbork.
Sylka albo pana Sylka.
Tak. Tutaj mamy do czynienia z anonimowością internetową. A teraz pytanie,
And ladies
nie było w tym roku.
and gentlemen, which country wasn't represented here today by any speaker?
Wielkiej Brytanii, z Belgii, z Ukrainy czy z...
Great Britain, Belgium, Ukraine, Slovakia.
No. O, to się okazało jak dotąd najłatwiejsze.
Well, that proved to be the simplest question.
Po sąsiedzku.
We had our speaker from the Czech Republic, but not from Slovakia.
Dobrze.
We had Professor Smahelp from the Czech Republic.
Teraz będziemy mieli ostatnie. No. Sylka na drugie, MC.
MC is the leader right now.
Na trzecim.
And us Internetu have taken the third place. And ladies and gentlemen, get ready.
Decydujące.
Last question.
Do jakiej kultowej gry elektronicznej nawiązuje linia graficzna?
What does the graphics of today's conference refer to? Tetris, Pac-Man, Street Fighter, or Mario?
I to pytanie, no,
Right.
Widzę, że państwo
That was Tetris. We can see that you do play, of course, with your children. I don't think children would know what Tetris is. But that's quite good.
w tym przedziale wiekowym, które te
So that was a generation-adjusted question.
cegiełki u nas kolorowe, których już od dobrych kilku lat.
We have those colorful bricks dropping, and we have 49 people who gave the correct answer. Let's see the results.
No proszę. Sylka.
Sylka is still the leader.
Anna Milo drugim.
Anna Milo as the second place. Well, why don't we give them awards right now? So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are in the top 10, please join us.
Chyba na scenę.
No to znaczy brawa. To zapraszamy.
Także zapraszamy.
Okay, so we would like to invite the winners to join us here on the stage.
Bo są jeszcze kubeczki. No bo tak, 7 książek i 3 kubeczki. No to tutaj musimy to kolejnością. Rozumiesz?
Kubki są na końcu.
No kubki na końcu.
Dobra.
Raczej. O, jak
no.
pomóc? No właśnie. Teraz pokaż
No właśnie. Czy to jest po kolei?
Gratulacje.
Okay, but who is who now? Congratulations. So this is Sylka. Congratulations.
Pani Asia, nie, pani Anna Milo.
Anna Milo.
Jest z nami, czy nie?
Are you with us, Anna? No. So Asia, that's you. There we go, and congratulations. Asy Internetu. Okay, congratulations. Elephant. That's you. There you go. A is A with us. SM. That's him. Bunny. You're the bunny. Okay, there you go. Natka 306. Congratulations, and as I understand the others have joined us online, please email us your details so that we can send your rewards. The reward is a book of our opening speaker, so we are actually closing that conference with the topic that we started. Thank you very much again. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations to the winners, and see you again next time. Thank you.